We are starting right now. I was singing the song, the iCarly song.
All right.
God damn it.
You know,
You'll see somehow the world
somehow the
goes.
world
Hello and welcome
will be
everyone.
so
Wonderful. Hello everyone and welcome to Nightmares Incarnate, a Conspiracy of Demons part 31. That would took me a moment. Today we will be having an approximately 4-hour session, maybe a little less depending on how quickly we get through the stuff, but we have a lot to get through. So this may be a two-parter with everything that's going on. We have someone new joining us today. Can you all hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Hey, Sid, we are allowed to talk right now. We haven't started yet. You can unmute yourself.
Sorry. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine.
I'm always joined by my lovely players, and we're gonna do some introductions. And since we have a new player, those introductions please include a short, medium length description of your character and what they've been through to this point, just for people who may be tuning in for the first time. And for
Not for.
Well, my name is Chris. I used to play Blaine until he told the gods last session to fuck off and then dipped with Night Pharaoh, so now I'm playing Blank. Annalise, true. Me and her left.
He ditched his wedding to run away with his ex.
Exactly. I literally skipped my own wedding. Well, almost. I did get married, but... yeah.
That happened. Jai, it's you.
Hi, my name is Jai. As usual, I'm playing Damp Moss, the lovely sheltered drow elf that's been living in a cave for nearly 10 years.
Who has way too much worth to who he is.
Yeah, and has just got his greatest wish of wings, and then witnessed a genocide, so, you know.
I mean,
Little
how
bit,
many times
conflicted.
has he not, though?
I mean, yeah, facts.
It's starting to rack up.
Genocide, schmenocide.
I think you're
on.
using the wrong word, but that's okay. We're gonna continue.
A slaughter. Well, anyway,
Yes.
hi, it's your boy Casper, playing the goat man and the grandpa and the sister and the fire boy and everything in between. My character did not turn evil and run away with his ex. He is, in fact, he was almost dead, and now he's a bit confused because a certain party member went all crazy last episode and shot a bunch of fire everywhere. And his boyfriend's dead, so that might be a little awkward right now.
Suffer. Not Casper, Dusk. You need to invite Sin to the fucking campaign itself, so she can actually join the VTT.
Aww. Anyway, isn't she
So
in?
do you have the on your collections my campaigns and Nightmares Incarnate?
I do.
Yeah. If you hover over your character, there should be a join above VTT button. That's like blue.
Okay, let me just. Where are you? Ah, never mind. I'm stupid. It's okay.
Beautiful.
It's your
Wait, no
chance to introduce
VTT
yourself.
phone. Oh, wait, never mind. I think I'm there.
It just says that. It just says that. Yeah, there you are.
Nice.
Fucking tell us who you are.
Yes, tell us who you are and what you're playing, please. Thank you.
Who are
Don't you need that? No, yeah, DM. I guess no. Okay. So my name's Sin. Hi. I'm new to this campaign, but I do already know the people from another campaign. I'm fairly new to D&D. I've only been playing it for a few months. So, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm too experienced with it. And I'll be playing an original race that Dusk created. So I'm excited to show them.
Ooh.
It'll be fun.
Yes.
Yeah, anything else y'all need to know? I don't know. I'm bad at
Not at this
No,
moment.
not yet.
Cool.
Right now we're
Ow!
what?
Sorry. I stabbed myself. Continue, sorry.
Felt particularly British today.
Yeah. Yes, Dusk, go on.
I'm nothing. I'm lost now because I was about to say so. You ruined my train of thought.
We threw him off. Yes,
Get it
already.
back.
Where the fuck is he?
The entire world went to shit. Everyone died there.
I know.
Are you back in your train of thought?
I'm looking for
Ken.
Farron.
What Farron is?
Yeah.
He may not be on the map. You may have removed him when you had to remove the little angel token you made for him as well, because he used to be just in the middle.
Okay.
So I think he's just not here. There's a fire guy, like
That's the
beside
Myrmidon,
Jerell.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, Farron's next to Damp Moss. There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Alright, we return to a scene of great tumult and sadness. Jaimar kneels down on his horse legs, weeping as Blaine's mother, father, sister, and uncle kind of stare in horror at what has just happened. Baron holds on tight, despite not knowing Vanessa and Damp Moss, to both of their shoulders. Warm tears streaming down the side of his cheeks and onto your cloak. He swallows hard and painfully. Where's Babur?
Well, I don't think he's going to be here anymore. And I just want to grip both of his shoulders to, as much as it'll hurt. I don't want to lie to him.
I was hoping that I would have saved him when I turned. So I wasn't strong enough this time.
The Met was prepared the moment that lion man let him go.
Well, just found out how much he loved me. We're going to get married. Should have been a better leader, I'm sorry. He rips you back. His hands clawing into your shoulder with raw emotion, tumult. As you look around at the remains of what was the beautiful wedding, the half-broken chairs, splayed out guitars that have been smashed to smithereens, the cake completely destroyed, beautiful work of confectionery.
Dusk.
What?
The Fate reformed it, remember?
No. The cake, I'm pretty sure it's gone. It got
It
destroyed like
no,
5 times.
The Fate did bring it back.
Didn't she say have a good wedding, Blaine, and then
Yes.
reform the cake? Yeah.
Yeah, she did. But I'm getting to it, please. Please. at the top,
Oh.
even though parts of it have been brought back together, stapled by magic. Small set of figurines. One of them Mina, and the other one cut off from the feet up. The facsimile of an angel. The elemental is sucked back into the earth as Sal and Octavia rush over to the dead body of Farron.
Karen?
Taryn, you're right, sorry, that was grabbing him gently in their arms. Xania looks on, displeased expression readily visible on her face. She looks unsure of what to do.
Taryn? I thought Taryn didn't fully die.
No,
I thought he just went
yeah,
down.
you're right.
Isn't he just unconscious?
Give me a sec, there's a lot happening.
Yeah. I'm just saying before you kill off more dudes. I think you said he survived because he's a
Fine.
vampire.
Here we go. Sal puts a potion up to his lips, and upon seeing his eyes open, kisses him passionately. How is Duradil reacting to this?
I mean, to them kissing or to the whole situation?
The whole situation, it's pretty
He's
grim.
He's pissed as fuck. He's angry. People died. He didn't do his job. He's an inquisitor. He couldn't suss out like a native traitor in front of him. So he's pretty angry at himself right now. He's just huffing and puffing, kind of to himself.
Gilrock.
Mm-hmm. Who's saying this?
You should know by the voice.
You know my dad. That's okay. Is it
Okay.
Taryn? Oh, is it Hyana?
Hyano.
Oh, okay. Turns around. Yeah.
Are you okay?
I mean, I'm alive.
It's not the same thing.
No, I don't know really. I feel like it feels like it all went like a blur. It all just happened, and looks towards Mina. I don't really. I mean, what do we do now?
Mina's passed out.
Looks to Ayano and then takes like a glance towards Jarmar. Just is he gonna be okay?
None of us are okay. You see several scrapes along Hyano's side, golden liquid flowing out of it as he grips one of his forearms to his shoulder, grimacing. It was a tough fight for everyone. But it's gonna be a hard emotional battle going. What, Casper?
No, he just said yeah to that.
Hyano steps around the table. If allowed, he will pull you in for a hug.
Oh, hell yeah. Cast 3rd level cure wounds on him as I give him a hug as well.
I can heal myself. Could save it. But
Yeah, hey, just take the fucking help, my guy.
good lad. Your
Not
dad.
good enough.
Your dad would be proud of you.
Do you know my dad?
Just a little bit.
Gilrock gets a conflicted look on his face, and he's just, you never thought of telling me?
It's harder to talk about these things than you would think.
Ah, well, I mean, I thought they were dead, you know? My entire life.
Me even saying this now is actually putting them in grave danger.
So, okay. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say I'm gonna assume at least one of them can do what I can.
I can't answer that question.
Answer enough.
No.
Well, my lord.
1 second.
Okay.
Everyone here. I apologize for not being able to arrive sooner. But today obviously did not go the way anyone planned or wanted. Hopefully, we can all recover. If you are wounded, come to me. My brother, and we will heal you. Do not waste your own spells on this, as it would appear in our own ignorance. This was partially our doing.
He goes and picks Behir up from the ground where he's been, kind of deploring himself. Picks him up by the shirt.
Behir stares away from Sadiq, slightly embarrassed. Well, more than
You're
slightly.
hurt. You're hurt. Go over.
It's penance, he says, gripping his wing. But if you insist.
Flicks him in the forehead and goes, you do not need to do penance for this, because this was not on you. We do not take accountability for the demons.
Jerell will turn his gaze to Damp Moss and with his booming voice, incapable of not being loud. That necklace is a sacred treasure. I trust you with it. Save this planet. Do you say anything?
I hold his eye and just give a slow nod.
He nods and he fades. You see Xania kind of looking around curiously. Her eyes almost sympathetically which is a strange look on her, turn to Farron, or they turn away. Damos, how are you feeling as you're holding Vanessa and Farron? You have the snail shell in your hand. Mina's being escorted away by her brothers. The bombshell that she's pregnant still lingering there.
And sister.
Yes, and sister, there you go.
I'll go get Shurkan.
Yeah, everyone's carrying Mina, I guess, despite the fact that makes it more inefficient.
I'm pretty sure they're not all carrying her, but, just coming along.
Yes, fair enough. Also, some guys in
While-
the tree. I didn't even notice that.
Don't worry about him. He's been hiding, Dusk.
Just before Mina gets led away, right now, having just seen the images through the portal of what happened at the explosion, the deep implications of the things that occurred at the end, Damp is truly just happy that the people close to him survived at the moment, to sort of, at this point, alleviate the risk of a breakdown, I suppose. But just before Mina is led away, I would like to, while still holding Vanessa and Farron, have the tips of my wings gently brush against the ground, and I would like to turn all of the flowers in the arrangement to a dark shade of black, except for where Mina is. A patch of white flowers will follow her as she's led away.
Sadiq,
Mm-hmm.
your god is on his knees, weeping openly. People stare at him.
Steak will have most it on over. He doesn't really have to do anything to put himself at eye level because this boy is huge. But he will just look at him and say, "My lord, you must compose yourself."
I can't.
Yes, you can. We have all taken losses today. But you, like I know, and like you know, we must stand strong. For them. Nods towards all of his, god family and all the other people. You can break down in the privates of your own chamber.
He slowly lifts one hoof up. As Sarah kind of pushes past some of the crowd to stare up at his father. Sadiq,
Mm-hmm. Yes?
you are a good father.
So are you, my lord. I am not a good father. I am just a father. I do what I can for my children. And that is all I can ask of myself.
Can't stay much longer, he says, looking up at the sky as the creeping rays of sunlight are beginning to fade over the horizon. Sun's lower towards the ocean far the east over the gap that exists over the land. Across the vast savannas, the air of melancholy hanging. See to it. Wife. My queen. Just go attend. Sadiq, Jaimar picks you up in his hands, kisses your forehead before setting you back down.
Let's do a bow. This has been a very long day. And we've all taken hits. Some more than others. But I do believe that I must be with my family. They may need me. As you points to Zainio, his name is.
I
Dude in
have
front of me, I
a
can't-
conversation going to. This is Casio.
Oh, Casio, that's what it is. Yeah, Sadiq would just say, Casio, you must look after your father.
Right now, he turns his white eye and his green eye towards his sister, and she nods. We have a conversation to have with some people here.
Yes, I know. Starts walking over. First, he takes a little step by Damp. He first goes to Farron and say, "I'm one slight hint of tears in his eyes. Just, I am very sorry for your loss, Farron, and I wish I could do anything. Gods, I wish."
You don't need to apologize. It's not your
Ah.
fault.
I know it's no one here's fault, but you know, it's my thing. I'm the cleric. It's what I do. I heal, but this time I could not heal enough.
I'm glad
So again,
that
I apologize.
there's still good things to be found.
Bear hug.
Yes.
to like he gets just absorbed into an embrace.
I just wish I had found out he loved me sooner. And although I am very happy my best friend is still alive. Ooh.
And you as me both know that is not the end. You will see him again, but don't make it too quick now, because then he would be very angry at you.
I think that's not something I can say. Baron says he seems a bit doubtful as he wipes a tear away from his eyes.
Okay. Look at me.
Yes.
Who here has dealt the most with, death and the afterlife and all that in between? Do I look like I don't know what I'm talking about?
He gently pats your side playfully, kind of smiling. Well, you've written
Also-
books about religious studies, so I'd hope you know what we're talking about.
Yes, I am. I'm quite apt, but and also Farron, you should talk with your friends, but you and me, we must talk about what happened. But first, we must.
Understand. I know. He bows his head shamefully.
There is no shame. Like lifts his chin up.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
That's Baron's brother.
Uh,
That you would recognize Sadiq. It's the Emir of Dudadeva. He has a scowl on his face. Lost control again. Thought you would learn better. He didn't.
This time Gilrock's gonna come in between and say, "Hey, fuck you, dude. Is this really the time?" Gilrock doesn't know who this is, so.
All right.
Leave Farron alone.
You're lucky that this day has been disaster enough.
Oren.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Lala.
Sorry.
I will return in just a moment.
Good, my boy. This table isn't here anymore. I got smashed by my mountain.
Oh,
Just walking on some rubbish.
Sir, you hear from below height that it should normally be at.
I look down and expect to see someone riding a fish.
Nope, it's Vanessa's stomach mouth that she needs fixed.
My fair lady. 2 seconds, okay? We will be right there. I promise. Just I am very on a schedule right now, so I just need to do this, okay? Damp, my
But
boy,
I
are
lean
you-
in before you say anything. Please tell me that you can fix that.
Oh, it's easy.
Wonderful.
Torin, my dear boy. You are alive, thanks to me. How is the wings feeling?
I give them a bit of a flap, float a little bit in the air. It's a bit shaky, and I land again. Well, I don't fully think that I've processed it yet, but they seem to do their job. A little practice, and it will go a long way.
They also do not appear to have any sort of demonic residues. We wouldn't want to repeat certain things again, now would we?
I just push my hand into one of them. Similar to crow's wings, almost.
Yes, but this is not why I put you aside. You... I don't know the whole story, but people gossip. You were from the Underdark and from your companion. I can only assume you had a relation to Zeran?
You could say that, yes.
Because this has been a very bad day. I will give you this. I do not usually do this. But how are you? I will have to ask. What's your charisma modifier?
My modifier or the
Do you have
skill?
any add-ons to it?
Plus
Or is it
4.
straight?
Yeah, I've got an
Okay,
18.
you're fine. Yeah, okay, you're
Yeah.
fine. You see Sadiq takes a side pocket and pulls out a little thing in his hand. And he says, "I think you may want this."
I look down at it. What do I see?
You see a golden coin that at first glance may just look like a normal golden coin, but for some reason the sort of print on the side looks vaguely familiar. And
The
it has a
side
certain-
profile of a
yeah.
face.
The side profile of a face has a certain fucked up mouth, even on the coin.
No, it doesn't. You can't. That's not how the coins work. The thing doesn't
Okay,
persist.
Fine. Okay,
into the...
fine. It looks like a drow elf from the sun.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, when that... I do not know where that pheromone came from. I've never seen him in my life. But when he killed that man, I thought I'd take this for information, but from what I've gathered here, you seem to have some sort of grudge, some sort of personal relationship with this one.
Indeed. I would be more than happy to...
Takes the coin into your hand and envelops it. With this, you can ask him questions, you can inflict harm, although, with my status, I would not say that is something I advise. But he will have to answer truthfully to any of your questions.
Sadiq.
Well,
But be careful, because he
Sadiq.
can get loose. Who's saying Sadiq?
The
this time?
Moon Mother.
It almost pushes Damp aside. Yes, my baby.
the moment she starts approaching, I drop the coin into my bag of holdings specifically.
Hello.
When I leave, you're going to pass out again. You know
Oh,
this,
I am.
yes.
I am very aware. Yes. My head is still ringing.
Well, you should get to your work.
Yes. Bow to Damp. I trust you to know what to do with this. Quickly just goes over to Vanessa, just goes, pat, pat, regenerate.
Yes. My beautiful boy. Torin, whether you want to or not, you are brought up for a motherly embrace.
I think all of the tension in my body leaves and I become entirely limp.
I don't know how you're feeling because, like, she looks very similar to her sister.
But she has a very different vibe,
yeah,
so.
she
Yeah,
does.
yeah, I think the glowy, beautiful, pretty, motherly, comforting vibe is enough that I just kind of, oh, okay, and just kind of let it happen.
Take good care of your friends.
It is always my wish.
Alright. And I asked Blaine to do this, but I guess what's just happened, I have to ask you. And if you can get them both, get them both. But bring my son back to me. Please. Stop him from doing what he's trying to do.
I will absolutely do my best. And I was planning on it already, so even more motivation, I suppose.
I know. But I am everyone's mother. I always want to make. He kisses your forehead. Stay safe. Or, well, as safe as you can, considering.
I just chuckle slightly and start walking back to the others.
Deke is going over to Zany baby.
You pass out because Sultana leaves.
I thought I was gonna have a little convo just about, the grandson, or is that established, like, done?
You start going over to have a heart tap.
Zany. You see
Zania
the
catches
most
you.
this very respected, powerful cleric falls into this goddess's arms.
She just gently sets you on the ground. Alright. Alright, well, time for moping's over. Everyone who is not me and my brother leave. Now. He puts back on a demanding face. As Ty kind of looks around awkwardly. Who does this include? You dipshit.
York is rubbing his temples like,
You can see the tears in her eyes as she's trying to hold back her own emotions.
I wild shape
Zania?
into a dire wolf.
Yes, Zania is definitely trying to... She looks uncomfortable, but...
York just goes with this loud performative voice. Alright, everyone! Party's over. Everybody out. Let's get the fuck out of here.
No, Gilrock, you're here. Ishmael, carry Sadiq. Scald, you're going. Rashvari, learn how to treat your own members of your family. Literally, you know who I'm talking about. The ones who are involved with the big issues at hand.
I turn back from a direwolf.
Ertl goes to help pick up Sydney because I don't know if Ishmael can pick him up by himself.
Ishmael's pretty strong.
Sadiq is pretty heavy.
Yeah. Alright, literally, go on, go, she says, wiping the corner of her eye with her handkerchief, putting on a more and more angry demeanor. She tries to pretend.
Sure.
I just take Venice and Farron and just say, if you two wouldn't mind, perhaps go find Lady Mina. She may want some friendly faces when she wakes up.
They're staying, Nania says out loud.
Never mind.
Kale, Needhog, you stay. Aloysius. She's like psychically grabbing people and dragging them.
Nita was about to like pull Shale and start going and be like, oh, okay, yeah, no.
Alright. I'm gonna save it. I don't like being emotional. It sucks. I don't like seeing people getting hurt. I especially don't like ruined weddings. Even though my littlest brother was only here for a short time. He's very upset about this. Naturally, that makes me very upset about this. He quickly tries to bury her emotions as she inhales sharply. Renoto, get back to the house. This doesn't involve you, unless you want to stay with your family. He mutters under his breath as he starts walking away. Being awfully harsh, sister. At least you didn't try to cheer anyone up with pranks. He begins rubbing the side of his axe. I think I made of him. Practical jokes. Good. I'm not going to violate cosmic law because we've all seen what can happen when we do that. But you two, Shale, Needhog, tell them what you found. Now.
Shale turns and looks at you just like, please handle this.
Nito is just like, okay. You do mean the
secrets?
Yeah, I know. Nito's gonna be to Zania, turning incline like, you do mean the ship schematics.
Oh my god, yes, ship schematics. What's going
okay.
on?
Okay, so hi everyone. Some of you may know this, considering you have a Githyanki here. So space is real. The people can exist outside of, you know, the planet. Other than just the Githyanki. We we were on an archaeology trip, an excavation. We went with one of the dragons. We arrived, got caved in. A bunch of fucked shit happened. We lost a friend who, not to rub salt in the wound, went to, you know, turn evil. We had a fight with Orcus, because they were trying to steal the schematics to build a spelljammer, I think it was called, which would be a sort of flying boat that could exist in the vacuum of space.
What?
Who said what?
I don't how does this work? Vatara says.
Okay, so you see Nita will use like create flame to make like a square, and then he'll make like a small ball, be like, "This is our planet. This is due form, right?"
Okay.
And then he'll like pop up another one a little further away. This is, let's say, Asmodeus. You know where Asmodeus is from. You between the planets is a the best way to explain it is there's a giant void of emptiness. There's no air, there's no nothing. And you can't survive there. You'll burn, freeze, and suffocate to death at the same time. But with the schematics that we managed to recover, stop from getting into the demon's hands, you would be able to build a ship that could travel between these places, which would make it easier for demons to, or people in general, to get from planet to planet.
That's
like how
impossible, Theron says. When Khazran led his expedition into the stars, he died.
But he didn't.
Huh?
He succeeded. It was a cover-up. Because this was information deemed too important and too dangerous for the populace to know. So they had to.
Damp starts nodding immediately the moment he hears this, like, yes, okay, a cover-up, that makes sense. Raised in the drow, just...
So, they didn't want people to know, because they thought either people would panic, and they also thought that this shouldn't get in the wrong hands. But he succeeded, and supposedly, according to the texts we found, he founded a new race. Out in space.
What? And what else did you find? I don't want to be here all day. I have souls to sort.
We didn't find... Did we find anything? I can only think of the fucking banishment soul crystal machine.
We had another prophecy thing that we found, didn't we?
Did we?
Yes. You did.
As in Needhog in them, or
yes,
Gilly?
Needhog and them did.
I do not remember because this has been like 6 months. What is that prophecy that we found?
You found out how long it is until the Shard of Chaos is going.
Oh, that's right. Fuck, I can't remember the time, but I'll just insert time. This is how long we have left until, just makes like a line over his throat. We will turn into demons.
2
if we're on this
years?
planet.
We only have 2 years? Aaron says
Yeah.
as he begins shaking.
Well, a little bit of a tighter schedule than expected, but it sounds doable. Just like plastering on a smile.
Nito adds, and just again looks to Shale and Snorri. Just want to put this out there. We could leave.
We're
This is
not
like Ad's kind of a-
leaving.
You know that, like, leaving is just kind of pointless.
We're going to fight this till the end.
Oh, all this heroism shit. Yeah, cool. I've been downloaded again.
You like being a hero. Snorri kneels down and pats your shoulder.
Actually, Snorri, I very much enjoyed my life as a scholar, just, taking my notes, but
How
it is the way it
How
is.
can you say no to this face?
How can you say no to Snorri? Snorri is the goat.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah, fine, fuck it. Yeah, we have 2 years. We got to save the world. Didn't know it was going to be more of us. I thought, from what I gather, it was just our crew: Quill, me, Shale, Snorri, Sarah, and Cthulhu, not Toon. But so there's you guys as well. Points towards Gilly, Farron, and Damp. So what's up with you guys? Because I've seen you. Looks at Damp.
Yes.
Not really much that told me about heroism.
Oh, even after traipsing through my brain?
Yes, most of that was just moss and licking on cave walls.
Face scrunches slightly.
Gives
Well,
you-
what do they taste like? What do they taste
Gives
like?
you a
Tell
wink.
me. Tell me. Gianthal won't let me lick the cave walls.
I lean in real close, and he just hears in his head, it sort of depends on the time of day. Sometimes it's a little more salty, but
You'll hear an
occasionally you just get
interjecting
more of that
voice.
peaty, sort of earthy flavour.
Interjecting voice from Needog. Guys, are you really talking about this right now?
Right, yes, well, we are the... I, glance at Gilrock and cringe. Chosen heroes, I suppose? Something about a prophecy? I've sort of mainly been going along with whatever I've been told
Damp! We have another prophecy.
Oh shit, we do!
Xania,
Wait,
do we
what?
die if we read that now?
No.
We've
What do you
okay.
think happens when you read the scroll?
I don't know. Fate showed up earlier. I don't know if they get mad if we mortals read their diaries.
You're cute, he says in a very condescending way.
Well, brings out the giant Elder Scrolls shit out of his bag of holding, just.
Hey, that
This-
was in my office.
It absolutely was, yes.
Sandeep, we've already told you that we broke into your office. We've gotten past this. Goes and unravels the scroll.
Oh, but I didn't. No, I'm saying I didn't realize I had something that.
You had a bunch
right,
of shit.
yes.
You had a vestige of a god. How did you not know? And how did you not bring it when you left the first time?
You know, I just like to collect stuff. I'm a bit of a hobbyist.
Uh-huh. Sick. Good for you, man. I'm happy for you. I'm just saying. That one really helped Damp out here. Look at him. He's got a whole new plate. But anyways. And for us to scroll. I can't read this. Can any of you? Because I figured it would be in archaic language.
Hayano, Casio, and Xania just look to one another, and she quickly looks to Hayano with a scrunched nose and says, "We can read it, but we're not allowed to. You're going to need to
Right.
decipher it."
Could you can't anything? Any sort of hint?
You're going to get help soon enough. Someone with the knowledge that can understand these things. He's not here yet. And he'll be annoying at first, probably. But he'll be...
Great. Wonderful, wraps up the scroll and shunts it into his bag of holding again.
Well, I just can't help it that any of you can't read. How old is that? How old are these scrolls? 5 billion year old? But...
My guy, I'm 22.
You say that to Xania?
Oh, I thought this was Casio. I thought you was
No.
sad. I thought your voice changed a little bit.
Yeah,
No.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry.
he's nah, no
Yeah.
worries. But he would have been casual Casio. Xania? No.
Yeah, nah, I'm good. She can take the piss out of me not knowing a language I can't know.
Now, we're on to the matter of a death. I hold in my hands a soul. She lifts up one of her hands, a small yellow glowing orb, as it dances around her fingers, and you see her give an actual smile. It's a beautiful one. Gentle soul. Maybe not the smartest or the wisest, but kind. But I can't just give it back to you.
Whose is it?
It's It's most likely a slightly orc-shaped soul, I'm guessing.
Hey, just saying.
Do you want to roll an insight check, Gilrock?
I'll roll an insight check as well.
Wouldn't this? Yeah, sure. I'll see if I can. 20.
14. Just not paying attention, clearly.
20.
Yeah, Gilrock, you know whose it is.
So it's Baybor.
Farron, his eyes go wide. I don't understand. Casio and myself, as two of the three judges on the High Court, are going to make a decision. You're going to need to do something for us. Or like something for you. We both share the same job, Casio. You need to learn how to put aside your desire to create good, she puts in air quotes, undead. Theron, Aunt Moss, Gilrock. If you can return to me the Peril of Zania from the clutches of a mummy lord that has been interred in the Desert of Whispers on your way to Dudadeva, and you prove capable of passing the trial of 3, I will return before to light. Okay, how do we start? How do we begin? I need to... Aaron, this is a mission you have to accomplish. And just give him back to you. Please. Please, 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 please. Please, I love him. I just learned to love it with somebody who shared it.
Well, Farron, just wait until he's back. Think of the story you get to tell him of how you gallantly defeated a mummy lord in order to win him back from the goddess of death herself.
Vania puts 2 fingers under Aaron's chin and lifts his face up towards her. I am not without kindness, Farron. But I can't violate cosmic law. And if in this case, perhaps I wished. I am not defying my own domain, but because it will make it easier. When you finish these tasks, she grabs a small piece of silver, shoving the soul inside of it. You see Babor's face appear on the front profile view. On the back is water, a dolphin swimming, palm trees, a representation of his homeland. Who do not need to worry about losing, because it falls from your pocket, reappears. Complete what I said and we'll be back. I have another brother that must think about how I have to. What? Casio, we can't be foolish. Blaine You
It
stand.
will just the same back.
You stand as our heroes we need. It may seem like we are more powerful than you. I don't know why Farron's brother was allowed to stand there the whole time with Xania here, but I'll just let it slide because that's not my responsibility. We're looking at ACO lets out a half-hearted snicker.
We'll see you around.
No, there is more. Gilrock,
Yeah?
give me your instrument.
Okay. Gives guitar or lute.
He rapidly begins disassembling the strings and then handing it back to you with a new set of golden strings. And in the center of the group, a basket of freshly made phallic bread appears.
Starts playing Enter Sandman.
You'll learn what that does later. Goodbye. And good luck.
Yes.
Well, today sucked. I'm gonna see
Yep.
if I can get Blaine back on our side. However, you should be warned, Xania's probably gonna try to kill him. Sucks. I really don't want to talk about this. Y'all need any cool in-depth things done that I can't, violate my sister's rules for, you can call me. You want any pranks, you can call me. This is fucking
Well,
depressing. I don't
We'll
want
let
to be
you
here.
know. See you around.
Thanks for helping fight the demons. He sighs and disappears.
Okay, gang. We gotta kill Blaine, right?
Well, if we can't figure out a way to turn him back, then
What do you mean turn him back? He's been this way. I mean,
It's
not that we are
This
literally
is-
turning him from a condition, but
this has kind of been going on for a while now. Who's to say he wasn't in on this whole? How they get past Deke's barriers?
I believe that may have been to do with the summoning circle.
I don't know. Seems. It seems a bit too coincidental, don't you think?
we shouldn't be talking about him right now. He doesn't matter until he shows back up. Theron says angrily as he puts the coin into his chest pocket. We have his pregnant wife who is going to need our attention. Much
Yeah.
less Gilrock.
Mm-hmm.
He hugs you tightly.
Hug back.
I'm glad you are safe.
Hey, you too, man.
I'm glad everyone here is safe. I mean, as many people as could be.
Yeah. We'll probably we can reconvene later, maybe. We probably all have. I mean, what's the plan now? We should all
You heard
just
Zane. We're going to need to presumably rest first. I assume. Well, if I may be frank, Ty says, I don't wish to spoil the mood, but we kind of need information on why you turned into a fugue state and almost killed everyone. That was pretty.
Yes, the transformation
Yeah,
then following explosions. That.
I didn't really see anything from on top of the stone golem. I just kind of saw a lot of orange flashes. and explosions from below. So I don't really know what happened.
Gilrock, underwent a transformation. I've had a capability since I was a child. But if you all don't mind, I can't really think about it.
And no, that's fair.
He grips his fingers tightly. Miss him so much. He steadies himself against you, Gilrock.
Hey, I think that this whole transformation business may have tuckered you out a little bit. We should probably get to the sick bay.
Yes, let's all go. Does anyone know what the genie's business is?
Oh, Beija's genie? Gil goes wide-eyed.
Damp just looks at you with a look that just says, "It was you, not me."
I am a perfectly normal Genasi. Ignore me.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Gil just goes, joke, you know. Let's get you to sick bay, Farron. You're getting delirious. You're hearing things.
What genie? He's right. It is just a Genasi.
Yeah, it's just a water genasi. What are you talking about?
Alright, we are going to...
Says a quick message to Dan. How the fuck are we gonna kill a mummy lord when we have 2 less people?
Listen, like, glances around while messaging you. I'm not sure about the mind-ready one or that strange stone man, but... Well, I'm sure it'll be fine, right?
I don't think the mind-reading man...
I just, like, Damp pointedly side-eyes Nihog.
Nito is just looking at you with, like, a very, like, innocent face. I don't know if they're going to be coming with, but we'll figure it out, I guess.
Well, we're actually going to be cutting to break for...
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes. We will be back.
See you shortly.
Bye.
Bye.
You know, we've found some
Some pain from Sin.
Welcome back.
Uh,
So after that conversation where we were dealing with high emotional damage,
bonding.
yes, we come to a small encampment around 30 miles away from the city, with a small fire. And yeah, we can
what time of day is it?
It's late evening, about to be
Okay.
sunset. Also, why is this your picture? That's the four-eyed guy.
I already told you that's a ceremonial mask. He doesn't have 4 eyes.
Lame. Anyway, continue.
What the fuck? Fuck you, dude. Suck my dick.
Lame.
Yeah, I think, like, just very quietly sitting by the fire, which means I need to move a bit closer. I'm just, like, slow brewing a cup of coffee, like a pot of coffee, as I'm, like, warming myself by the fire very calmly. I'm still wearing my full garb and will only, like, lift the mask a little bit to sip on my coffee every now and then as I look at the stars. Kind of wondering where my, new semi-strange companion has gone because they've disappeared into their tent.
Yes.
Before you get started, what is this individual who's sitting in front of the fire? What do they look like?
Right, so I'm wearing like a sort of like Middle Eastern sort of like ceremonial combat garb. Like I have my halberd laying next to me, and I have this like sort of metal mask that is in a sort of turban configuration around with a huge feather on the middle. My clothes are very, very colorful. I have a mixture of like purples and blues and yellows mixed in between, as well as wearing a sort of like metallic tunic underneath the garb itself. Yeah.
Okay. What color skin, eyes does he have?
He has the very like dark blue eyes, and his skin is like olive, almost brown, but like balancing on that edge between Greek and Arabic.
Mm-hmm.
A like long black hair that is like tied up under his helmet in a like a loose bun, and sort of like medium length, well trimmed black beard as well.
All right, Sin. What are you
Yes.
doing?
I'm currently
For you.
sitting, just like making myself as small as I can. How big is my tent? Would it fit me? Or do I have to like crouch and make myself small?
Ignore this token. Your tent fits you because I assume you bought it.
Yes, the
I mean-
typical token.
Sure, but like I'm not sure. But yeah, it's fine. So yeah, I'm just like sitting in my tent. My eyes are kind of just a bit like glazed over. I'm a bit absent-minded. And I'm just sitting there for a little bit before I blink and like come back to my senses. And I stand
Saga,
up. Yes.
are you coming out here?
Oh shit.
I know you.
One
you told me.
second.
I told you. You told me you wanted to try some coffee, so I decided to brew some for you. But you have just hidden yourself away in the tent. I do not know why.
Oh, is the coffee ready? 1 second. And I stand up and I like softly try to push my tent open, but kind of claw through it a little bit. As
That is the 6th time I'm going to have to fix that tent for you. Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry, it's just.
Go ahead.
And I just like wave up my claws.
What are you wearing your cloak right now, or because it's nighttime have you taken it off?
It's nighttime, so I think the cloak would be off, yes.
Scarf.
It's off.
So what do you
So-
wear underneath the cloak?
What the fuck do you look like?
Oh yeah, I thought she had said it.
Okay.
She had just cut off for me. I didn't know if she had said it. I had forgotten.
Nah.
I hadn't, no. But I mean, as I'm currently standing up, just came out of my tent. I'm essentially quite a monster-like creature. I'm about 8 foot tall, hunched over, and I'm like resting on my front knuckles. My arms are nearly the same length as my body. They're very long, and I have these deep sockets with like obsidian eyes, no pupils, just like gazing around. My skin, usually almost completely hidden under a cloak, but because it's evening, the cloak is off because I don't need to protect myself from sunlight. It's this like silvery grey, completely hairless, with some very small bone-like protrusions, mostly like from the elbows and the spine. And I have these long, kind of crystalline, glassy claws that slowly shimmer, like reflect a little bit of the light from the fire. Yeah, I'm a monster. The reason that I usually wear my cloak is to protect myself from sunlight. But
Somebody's got
it's
something
evil.
in the background.
Who has what in the background?
I can hear someone's family member in the background.
Oh, it's not mine.
I know it's not
I
yours.
think it's
It's my mother. She's very angry for some reason.
Oh,
She's very
Oh.
upset at someone on the phone.
Yeah, I hear
oh no,
some,
that's bad.
I hear some vague
um,
Danish words.
But yeah, so I sit down by the fire, kind of crossing my legs, which looks really unnatural. I'm like sitting in this very weird position. My arms just like resting in front of me.
Yeah, I take out this like very beautiful, tiny ornamental sort of like Middle Eastern cup where I pour a little bit of coffee in. Now, as I told you, be very, very careful with this. It is a very, very expensive and very old cup I have. So please be careful, and I hand it to you.
Yes.
Is that a dexterity save to not just?
Yeah, it would be
I
a
will-
dexterity save because.
I look at my claws for a second and I try to carefully.
And I give her like a plastic sippy
Oh
cup.
wait, you don't even need to. Saga, please think about what your people can do. You don't even need to use your hands.
Oh, but I thought that was just talking to each other.
No, you can move small objects.
Oh, so telekinesis too, not just telepathy.
Psychic.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I just look at the cup and make it float to me, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to, I suppose.
I mean,
I guess I'll
Oh,
make
yeah,
up.
gotta. Like, come on.
I mean, I guess.
so yeah, I just focus my energy on the cup and it slowly drifts from your hand towards my mouth. And I gently tip it over. It kind of like drips
No,
from the
don't-
side or whatever.
Don't drink it all in one pour. Don't drink it all in one pour. It's very hot. It's boiling. Don't do it.
Point of fire damage.
Be very careful, please. Please, it's very hot.
As you say that, I kind of like tip it back a little bit. Just look into it. I see the steam rising from it. And like look at you, look at the cup. Look at you. Look at the cup. Take a sip. What does this taste like to me?
Well, that is up to you, because I assume you know what coffee tastes like in real life.
I mean, I do, but I don't like it.
I see.
Biologically speaking, your species would have never encountered this. This tastes like poison to you. It's extremely bitter.
Okay, and it's probably also hot no matter what,
Yes.
like how cold it is.
Well, you eat hot food, so
Definitely.
that's not a problem. But it tastes gross.
It's nasty.
Okay, so I take a little sip.
A little less bitter.
Sure.
Okay.
And I float the cup back towards you.
Yeah, I grab like a little cube of sugar and I put it in and I stir it very carefully with like a little spoon that I dink on the side and I send it floating back towards you.
So classy.
You know I'm bougie like that.
Yeah. So yeah, Saga just like looks at it for a while, a little hesitant, looks back at you, decides to take another sip. Does it taste any better with one sugar cube in it?
Yes,
Yeah, actually.
I mean, I don't know. I don't drink coffee.
it would, objectively.
Okay, fair enough. So I take a
I
little
hate
sip.
coffee too. I'm just saying.
I like swish it in my mouth a little bit and then swallow it.
However, it is a far cry from fresh fish.
Yeah, probably.
I'm saying, like,
Not
in
bad.
your mind, this is like at most a 3 out of 10 now. You want some
Yes.
fish.
It was a -5, now it's a 3.
Hey, that's a significant boost. I'll take that.
Very, very
That's
significant. Yeah. I see the displeasure on your face, and I'm like, all right, sorry, I guess maybe coffee just isn't for you. Here, send the cup back to me, and I put out my hands in like a receiving motion.
I like nod my head softly as I try to like get the taste out of my mouth. And as I move my head, you can like hear my neck like crack a little bit as I do that. And I float the
Ugh.
cup to you.
Yeah, I take the cup and I just very gently pour it into the sand and like I cover it up.
Can
Right.
both of you roll a perception check, please?
Sure. 18.
You feel like you're being watched.
23.
You feel like you're being watched.
Nice.
Can you tell in what direction?
To the east. No, to the
So,
the
like,
west.
in-
To the
in-
west.
Let's say like in this direction.
Ping it. Yes, that direction. To the west. Sorry.
Got it. Do you feel that?
I do.
Hmm. I'm gonna stand up and with thaumaturgy, I'm just gonna yell, "Show yourself!"
I will also get up and just like prepare myself for whatever.
Now, there's no reason to be so rude.
Do I recognize this voice?
Oh, no.
I mean, you never know.
Just in case.
Just in case I know who this is.
Yeah, like I've already brandished my halberd and I'm like waiting for the person to appear out of the brush.
I'm just like holding my claws up.
It is a reddish male tiefling with a spiked chin and a long tail. as he kind of looks to both of you. I see that hospitality is not well liked here.
Not when you sneak up on someone else's camp, it is not. You could have approached from the road, instead you sneak around in the bushes like some sort of common thief.
And we have a pit fighter and an assassin telling me what I am to do in my own homeland. Interesting, but nonetheless. Greetings.
I look at Saga a little confused. Who's the one who's supposed to be the pit fighter? Who's the one who's supposed to be the assassin?
He isn't going to tell you. I mean, you can
Yeah.
make your own guess.
I mean, to this, as a reaction to this, Saga just kind of like averts their gaze and just like looks down for a second.
What are
Right,
you?
well,
What are you two doing?
Camping is, I believe, that is legal here, no?
Correct. I am not here to prosecute anyone for camping. I am here because there has been a disaster in the city, and we are sending out patrols to make sure that there aren't any lingering demons in the wilderness.
Well, I am not a demon, and I do not believe my friend Saga here is either, so...
No.
He wipes his hand on his armor with a small smile as he dismounts from his horse. He takes
Only had a horse?
He hit a horse inside the brush base. Holy shit. Sneak expert.
Have I seen a lot of
Sudden
horses?
chill runs down your
in my
spine as
time?
you notice the horse.
It's just there, suddenly.
Have I seen a lot of horses? Am I like very familiar with horses, or are they like?
You've seen a
something I'm
few. You're
Looks
not.
like a hearty meal.
I don't know. It just looks funky to me. It has 4 fucking legs.
Horses,
I mean, the
horses
meat
look
is kind of sweet,
freaky
but yeah.
anyway. Horses.
That's
That was a
true.
weird statement, Chris. We're gonna unpack that later. But for now, yeah, you've probably seen a horse once or twice before, but it's been very infrequent. You can't really take them on tundra. You can bring them into taiga, but they die north of that.
Right. So I'm just like hunching over my knuckles, like inching closer with my face, just like looking at the horse. Intrigued. Also nervous.
I represent her mistress and Majesty Beja Olivine. Would you be willing to submit to a test so that I can move on with my day and check for other demons elsewhere? It is a simple skin blot.
I think as soon as I hear like the fact that he's representing someone of authority, I sort of straighten out and like I put my my weapon in the sand and say, "Of course, I'm willing to submit to any test required, but please sit and have a cup of coffee with us. My treat."
I'm happy to, I suppose, but I can't stay for long. After all, we need to ensure that people coming up this road are not and what they do not seem to be. He says as he'll guide the horse closer. It is a black stallion with white tipped portions of its mane and tail as it kind of just sits and
I
eats.
instinctually just like move a bit away to give him more space.
A beautiful horse you have. Beautiful creature.
Indeed, it is bred only from the finest. It was a gift to me from Sadiq, the Emiress's father-in-law.
I have heard tales of the man. He seems to be very popular in certain regions of the country.
He is indeed quite popular, as is the Emiress. She is an effective ruler. Sadiq is one of the most popular emirs.
While we
Unfortunately,
talk,
Unfortunately, our Sultan has had a bit of a fumble lately, but he still remains with the people and are the best of our hearts. And we hope that he will be back on the path of moral rectitude as he was since he was a young boy. I have great faith in him, he says with a sincere nod.
As he's talking, I'm just like, again, pouring a cup of coffee. Do you take sugar? Maybe some milk or something? Is that something you take in your coffee, or do you want it just black?
I would prefer sugar, and I have my own additives, he says as he takes out a small packet that smells of marijuana, and will wait for you to hand him the cup of coffee.
Yeah, I put a sugar cube in and I stir it with my my little spoon and dink it and hand it off to him.
He
There you
nods
go.
appreciatively, and as if steeping tea leaves, he also puts the packet of leaves into it. And
That's gotta fuck with your system, mixing caffeine and weed. that is not a fun combination. Jesus. But yeah, go ahead, sorry.
he just kind of lets it steep for a minute as he looks to both of you. Again, I do ask. It is very strange to see a human and a...
How can you tell I'm human? I'm fully dressed. Like I'm
I
fully
didn't know.
covered.
I thought your mouth was exposed.
Nope.
Whoops.
Nothing.
Whatever you are, and a creature of
Whatever
the...
you are.
A creature of the Grey Wastes, this far away from the gladiator pits, but considering how much slaughter ye Nagu did, I doubt they'll be up for fighting anytime soon. He takes a sip of his coffee.
I think
Saga's just like looking down and just like with their claws, just like drawing some lines in the sand and just some little random sketches of nothing.
It would be a shame if you were demons, though. Demons don't usually give free coffee. He says with a small smile.
Yeah, after realizing that like I've already grown a little bit too comfortable in the country, I switch over to what I was actually taught, and I start signing in Elven language that I'll submit to the test first, and I just like pull my sleeve up to expose my arm.
He gives you a confused look for a moment, but as he signs back in Infernal, I don't... because naturally he can do that as a tiefling.
Yeah.
I do not speak Elven sign language.
Switches over to Infernal, and I say, no worries, I speak several different variations.
Alright, good. If you submit to the test, please expose your skin.
Yeah, I pull up like a sleeve on my arm.
He takes out a vial of holy water from his pack. You see there's at least 60 that have been stuffed in there. If only Sadiq was here, he could probably go through many more of these. We're having to ration out. And he takes a glass dropper, dipping it into the vial before tapping it on your skin. Which hand did you expose to him?
Just my right arm.
Okay, good. I just wanted to be clear. As he taps your skin, nothing happens, of course. That is one pass. And since I would prefer for you both to be safe, I'll let you keep one vial. You never know what's going to be out in these woods. And I'm going to need your hand now as well, he says, staring at your dagger-like claws.
I think that Saga instinctually looks at Rook in sort of a like, should I do this? Like, should I just like looking at him to get sort of like confirmation that it's okay.
There's just like a small nod. Like, yeah.
I try to extend out my left arm and like try to turn it out so that I can get my arm close to him without slashing him with my claws. So I'm actually twisting my arm as I...
How long are you gonna take to do that?
Not too long.
Okay, then
I
need,
think
need a dex check because that would be difficult to do.
Okay. Claw from him, I suggest something like cracks or snaps or like, I don't know, it gets stuck.
You slightly tap against the edge of his cheek, but considering how sharp your nails are, it's enough to draw blood as he grimaces.
I like very quickly sign. It's like she doesn't have full control over her emotions. Don't she apologizes.
Yeah, like instinctively like pull my arm back and just like
I know how
lay it down in the
I know
sand.
how simple they are. I'm not taking offense.
Excuse me?
Ooh, yeah.
Excuse me?
You wouldn't know to be offended
just
by
like-
that.
Like my face is turned into like a slight snarl, just like getting kind of agitated as just like slam my arm into the sand, just like let you do what you need to do.
Yeah, he takes the dropper and gently puts some onto the palm of your hand. Again, nothing happens. Well, you are both luckily not, for all of us involved, demons. So I can enjoy a few more minutes of coffee and conversation.
Sir, I will ask you politely yet firmly to leave. I do not appreciate that you insult my companion that I am traveling with, and no matter what station you might find yourself in, common decency is something that should always be present among all layers of society, no? So please enjoy.
She can't understand us.
Oh, she can.
I just look at him and do I have eyebrows to raise?
No, you don't. You have no hair.
True, but can I? No, I don't know. Can I like move?
Your brow
Whatever.
red shifts.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
so,
kind of like shifts down and like cracks a little bit. I don't know. It's all bone.
Yeah, so I signed him. So please enjoy your coffee and then be on your way.
He just throws up his hands in the air, taking the cup at his tail. Alright, I'll finish the drink. He slams the coffee and sets the cup back gently down the ground. Shoving it towards you, not in a angry way, but just in a confused way.
Yeah, I take it and I put it back in my bag. And I sign to him, enjoy your evening. And
I will do my best, although I doubt it will be. Enjoy yours. He mounts the side of his horse as he looks over to the Landari, his tail kind of folding around the backside of his saddle to stabilize himself as he puts his feet into the girdles and just scratches his head. Saga, you've been treated like this basically since you've arrived. Well, since you got on a ship leaving your homeland.
I know. I figured. It doesn't mean I like it.
I'm just being
It hurts,
clear.
okay? It's fine, yeah, I figured.
He rides off.
I like snarl as he drives off.
No. I sign to you, Saga, no. We do not snarl at other people that are alive, or other higher functioning living beings.
Alive?
Well, I don't know if he's alive. He seems a little brain dead, but you know. We do not snarl at others. That just only confirms their suspicions that you are less than what you actually are. Articulate yourself, I sign. And like, I do the sign for a smile because you can't see my face.
How do you do that? Like,
Yeah, I guess I
Yeah.
do that. Yeah,
just making a little smiley face.
yeah, exactly. I draw a smiley in the sand.
Ah, that I know. Yeah, I just kind of like nod and look down. I'll try.
Yeah. Do not. I continue signing. Do not be. Do not excuse yourself for what you are used to doing. Just know that you can cause change if you wish to. Yes, and you wish for people to view you as a person instead of a scary monster, right?
I softly nod my head and it like kind of like cracks again as I do.
Unfortunately, in that case, you must develop certain habits that are more fitting for civilized society. We do not really hiss at each other, no? You do not find me hissing at you either, yes?
I softly nod again, just staying quiet.
Good. Oh, something tells me we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Maybe we should go to bed?
As you're talking, somebody pulling a cart is walking through the road.
Like further down, or like where are they specifically in relation to us?
Yeah, they're farther down. You're on like kind of a little bit of a turn off, like a camping area. They're coming towards the camp.
Oh, they're coming towards the camp. Okay.
Yes.
I'm just gonna look at Saga and be like, I'm signing, of course. I'm gonna be like, remember, it seems like we are getting some new guests, so be nice, and I'm sure these people will come around to you as I did. No?
I nod my head again and I would say I'm trying to do a thumbs up, but I don't think that's possible with my claws.
Did the cat get your tongue?
You see
Would
it- Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, would I stab myself if I tried to do a thumbs up with my claws?
No, but it would be
Okay.
very difficult to do with the way your hands are situated.
Yeah, I figured.
You do the okay sign.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
That
okay.
one you would stab yourself probably.
Can't you just go
Oh yeah,
claw
the
to
two claw, but then she'd only have one finger coming out instead of two, because she only has
I get
3
it.
fingers.
I guess you could do like a salute, just like a quick one
Yes.
from the side of her head.
Yeah, like cut open my forehead in the process.
You
Hey!
see, you see a older male Naga, jet black scales with red chevrons, pulling a large cart of materials, his snake-like tail slithering as he rolls on towards the camp. Snacks, shelter, Bing Chilin, $10.
Yeah, I think
Ice
I
cream.
look at
Ice cream.
ice cream. Yeah, I look at Saga and I just go, "Have you tried ice cream yet?" I sign to her.
I mean, I look confused as I can look, and just say, no.
It is cold, like where you come from. Maybe it's something you want to try.
Yes.
Yeah, I turn my head towards the Naga and I sign for one ice cream.
Do you want any potatoes or hot food? I have many things in the back here.
I will.
Hats.
I continue signing. I'll take some fruits, maybe some melon or some papaya or something.
He takes out a bag of holding and dumps like 30 watermelons in front of you.
Jesus. I only need
pick
2.
which one you want.
Yeah, I grab a fat, juicy watermelon.
He turns to you, Saga, and hands you an ice cream cone with topped with rose petals and pistachio.
to me and just look at it.
I like sign to you. You eat it. You put the you put the balls in your mouth.
I just like move
Hey,
the
you,
whole
Chris.
thing. in
Yeah,
one go.
IRL face palms.
I can hear it build up in his voice.
Yeah,
He started
exactly.
giggling to
The joke
himself.
was there. The joke was there. And I had to go for it. Like exactly.
Like, don't do it. Ah, you did it.
I did it.
Yeah, I just look at it. I look at Rook and just like slam it into my mouth in one go.
Just the entire
Like-
ice cream.
Wow, she is very hungry.
Yeah, I signed to him. She unfortunately does not know exactly how to eat many things. She has lived off, raw fish and such her entire life. So,
Are you mute? He says with a confused expression.
To
I am
me?
not. No, to me, I think.
Oh.
Because I'm signing.
Signing.
Oh.
No, I am not mute. But
Are you still signing?
I am still signing. Yeah.
I don't speak sign language.
I just look at Saga like, can you translate for me? I sign to her.
Do I know sign language?
You do, otherwise you wouldn't have been
You
able to
also
understand
have
anything.
telepathy. Yeah.
He's been silent like.
Oh, that is
You don't need to
Yeah.
You don't need to
Well,
understand.
how did he know that I wanted? How did he know I wanted watermelons and
I
ice
thought
cream
you
in that
said
case?
it out loud. I'm sorry, because you
No.
didn't say sign.
For the ice cream, you just put up a single finger after he said, "Yo, you want ice cream?"
Yeah.
He
well,
came up and said, "Bing chilling $10." I'll do what you were just like, yes.
yes.
I mean,
claim-
I imagine Saga just like translated it.
Yeah, just I say in sign language to him that I am not mute, but I am, due to my religious beliefs, I am not allowed to speak to strangers.
How odd. I have had to leave the city today and try to head south to Elysir. Disaster has struck Intus 3 times in the last week, and I need to take my wares somewhere safer.
What has happened exactly? I sign.
I translate.
Yeah.
The Demogorgon attacked a night market during Hyeno's festival. A cult attacked the palace, and there are still many drowned undead that were summoned by the Beholder that are unaccounted for. Today, I don't even know how to begin to describe it. Surely you saw what happened at noon.
Yeah,
Mushroom in the sky?
The colossal explosion.
Yeah, I signed him. Are you talking about the massive explosion over the horizon?
Yes, it is quite disconcerting.
It did kind of freak me out when I originally saw it. What is it safe to go into the city because we are traveling inwards pretty soon?
Safe, I cannot tell you. I only know that the MRS is having a hard time keeping law and order, and I'm not surprised considering her sex, but he says, running his fingers through his beard. But she's used to be capable, at least. I'm going to go seek a different province. Perhaps return to my homeland if necessary.
I'm gonna sign back to him
Any
like
reaction to
that's
the...
yeah, to the insult towards the towards Beja.
towards women.
I think it's just he can't see it, but there's like a frown underneath my mask. So I try to change the subject. I'm like, "Oh, you might be heading back to Song Yin. Very interesting. What did you do back home? Were you also an ice cream peddler?"
I do this for fun. It brings smiles to the children. It makes me happy. I am retired. I was once a great warrior, so to speak. But in my retirement, I've taken up traveling. If you're heading into the city, you should try and check out this lute player. He's a little satyr man, reddish hair. Well, there's two of them. It's kind of confusing.
One of them plays for the Chainsmokers.
The other one keeps pretending to be, except if they've got it the wrong way around.
I see. I sign back. Perhaps we will catch him in one of the markets or something. How much do I owe you for this? I hold up the bag of gold. So,
How far have you traveled?
I do not know how far my companion has been traveling, but it would seem to me that I've been traveling for maybe 4 weeks by now.
Oh.
5 weeks.
Well, they are clearly a Landari mystic, so must be at least 6 or 7 months. I apologize if you have been mistreated on your journey thus far. From where did you come from, sir? I can't tell your species.
Gender.
I can't tell from the accent of your sign language.
Oh, is he talking to me specifically?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh, right,
there is no sexual dimorphism in Landari, so he is unaware that Saga is a woman.
He also
I mean, Saga is unaware that Saga's a woman.
he also said sir. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
Saga
yeah.
doesn't
The reason why I said gender was because I thought you were talking to Saga, so I was like, huh? You just said Landari, but yeah. I come from across the ocean. That is all I feel the need to say at the moment.
A human or a goblin?
Do I look small and green to you?
It doesn't mean you can't be a short bugbear or a hobgoblin.
A human.
Well, since both of you have come a long way, consider it a gift. I don't really need the money. You can use what you need for when you get to Entis. Use it to pay at the Treetops Tavern. Say hi to Alphonse for me. He and his husband are good company. Even if they are a bit fanboyish.
Just like a grateful nod, and I sign back one final time. Thank you very much for all the help. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure Saga does too. And I like give you some side eye, like you're gonna say thank you.
Just give a soft nod. I've been translating for you a lot, and it's making me feel really awkward. I just nod.
He takes the rest of the melons and fruit, except for the ones you picked, and just loads them back up in the cart as he begins to step off. Have a good evening.
Just wave.
Yep.
Saga waves too.
He walks far into the distance until he is around a kilometer away from you, where we cut to where a dead body of the same Naga is with the same face as the one who was just with you smirks, setting down the cart next to the dead body. Getting into your character was surprisingly easy. I'm glad that Shira has all this knowledge about these people. It makes doing my so much easier. We cut back to Saga and Rook at the camp, blissfully unaware.
Fuck.
Brass, you little fucker.
Yeah, I turn my head towards you, and I think for a second, like pondering if I should actually talk to you.
I just look at you with these big ass black eyes just blinking.
Is he gone?
Did you say that, Dusk? Oh shit.
Yes. Gone.
Huh?
God, it's Flower Boy.
Yeah, immediately like turn around, halberd
Yeah.
like pulled, just like up against his throat.
Whoa! What are you doing? That's a little crazy.
Wow.
Also, that's gonna. I don't know.
Bro.
What you, I don't think that's gonna do what you think it's gonna do against me, at least. He waves at you, Saga, as well.
Wait,
I just like
Oh,
I
In
hold,
front of you, you see a handsome male dryad with one massive wooden arm and the other normal size, long hair made from the petals of a hibiscus, two small antlers and flowers growing out of his shoulders. Leaves sprout from his chest, and his bright yellow eyes glow with a vivaciousness. He is wearing tightly fitted pants.
I think yeah, just like I hold the blade against his neck before kind of noticing his like carefree attitude, and I just like slowly put the habit back, and I like put it into the ground again.
Yeah, unless you
I'm
want to
still
make
holding up my claws.
unless you want to make honey, I don't know what you two think that's gonna do. Oh, ooh, or we can make buds. We can make more of me. We can make like 50. That would be cool.
Just looking at him like. The
Yeah, I'm
fuck?
just
You're
looking.
both just
between-
blue screening.
Yeah, just like looking between the guy, between Rook, like, what the fuck?
Oh, am
Yeah,
I
I just-
supposed to be less friendly? Aren't we? I thought this is how you're supposed to behave when you meet new people.
I just like. I turn my head towards Saga, like, and I do like a motion as in like, come here.
I slowly move towards you.
Just like.
Oh, are we in a
I'm
huddle? Are we in a group huddle?
just, he goes on the other side of me. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? I look at him and just. I sign to him first in Elven. Do you speak sign language?
He signs back in Elvish. I speak all languages.
Right. What do you? What is it that you exactly want from us? I don't understand.
To meet you.
Why?
Because it's fun. Gets lonely.
No. I don't think you get me. Why exactly us specifically? Why are you not looking? Why are you not looking for all the other people around? Most likely.
Well, because I already tried some people who tried camping here. They freaked out the last time.
Well, you did kind of just sneak out of the bush out of nowhere.
No, I've been here the whole time.
Yes, but we did not see you. You snuck out of the bush for us.
He walks over to the hibiscus tree and fuses his body back to it. And you see a pair of eyes open on its body. And then he walks out, points to it, and then points at himself. Whole time.
Yes, that is still called spying. That is not something people normally do against people they just want to talk to and meet. You know?
Well, I'm not spying because yes, I am spying. Wow.
Why
I'm
are
learning
you
a
spying?
lot. See, this is great. I'm finally getting to have a conversation. Usually people just scream and run away from me.
Maybe I should just put him on, like, a shirt?
Why?
Because that would probably be deemed public indecency most places here.
I'm a photosynthetic organism. I kind of need to be exposed to the sunlight.
Yes, but your face can be exposed to the sunlight, no?
I already have to put. Apparently, the fairy who I met, and after I was given life, praise you for hallelujah, love him. Told me.
Hallelujah. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
This guy's based.
He told me that I have to wear pants, otherwise people will freak out. Which I don't understand, because, you know, right now I'm already minimizing my photosynthetic efficiency by 50%. I took off the pants, I'd increase it significantly.
Yeah, please don't do that. I signed back very quickly.
Well, you know, silly, it's not the middle of the day anyway, so I wouldn't be doing that to begin with.
Good. Just like very hesitantly, would you like to sit down for some coffee?
I can't drink anything other than water.
Technically, this is water just with beans added to it, no?
And alkaloids, and allelopaths, and I don't think that would be very good. He says with a
Right,
smile.
I take out my like canteen. Do you want me to pour a bottle of water on you? Is that it?
Oh yes, please do it. He,
Yeah, I
he
just, like-
kneels down in front of you waiting for the water.
No, that's just
Dunkin'.
weird. I just hand it to him in that case. Yeah.
He dumps it over himself sensuously.
Yikes.
Oh.
Someone who's used to wearing like as much clothing as possible just looks at this man like, what the fuck?
You know, I mean, you can roll me an Arcana.
Yeah. Come on. I'll do an Arcana.
Saga,
An entirely
Uh,
normal
fucking-
human man.
14.
Yeah, you know this isn't a person per se, so
Yeah. I take the canteen back hesitantly and like close it and like, right, well, please sit down at our fire at least. If instead of spying on us, perhaps you should just join us for some
Okay.
conversation instead.
He sits 10 feet away from the fire, staring at it nervously before smiling.
And I sign to Saga like quietly or like very, very like kind of.
Can you sign loud?
Hands to
I
the side, out of line of
conceal.
sight.
Yeah, kind of out of sight. Yeah, I'm like, you can go back to your own space now. It's fine.
And like move back slowly.
Sign very loudly. I clap my hands as I sign.
I snap. I do like the jazz snap every time I
Yeah.
do a motion. Yeah, exactly.
You see
Wait,
the
so-
water that he dumped on himself absorb into his skin.
I
So
am
you
so
s-
confused by this. Saga is just mind blown.
I look at Saga and I'm like, are you okay? I sign to you.
Why wouldn't she be okay?
I'm just blinking as I'm looking at this weird plant thing.
Don't eat him.
I look at you and I just like shake my head like no plans.
No plans. Yeah. So, what is your name? I signed to the guy.
Oh, my name was given to me by Jufor. Name. I haven't had an opportunity to say it in a. Sissio? Sissio. That's my name.
Cecile, eh?
Sissio, not Cecile.
Cecile. I see. Well, it is very nice to meet you. Why are you exactly just lurking around the forest? I know you said you wanted to meet people.
Days.
7? I was born here. I'm the same thing as that plant. He points to the bush.
Oh my god, he's baby Dory.
I see. So have you not ventured very far from your home in that case?
No. I thought people would be, excited. They're camping here. I show up, we have a fun time, but everyone always just gets scared and then they leave all their stuff. I collected a little treasure trove. You want to see some of the stuff they left? I got this ring.
Oh, Little Mermaid.
I got this this tablet. I got this. I mean, technically, if I'm because like I gained sentience 7 days ago, but if I'm thinking about it and like as my plant self across all of my selves, I'm over 3,500 years old, and I fathered over 500,000 children. I think. I don't know. This is hard to figure out. He gives you a bright smile.
How do you keep up with child support payments? I sign back.
I'm
What?
a plant. Visible confusion.
Must be nice. Jesus. Right. Well, that is. I continue signing. That is some beautiful treasures you have managed to acquire. No. It seems to me that the reason why people might be afraid of you is that you sort of just pop out from behind a tree or the bush or something. That seems a little stalkery, no? Which is also why I drew my weapon against you.
What's a stalker?
It is someone who spies on people very meticulously and sort of figures things out about them without them knowing, which is not a nice thing to do.
That sounds smart, though. Wouldn't you want
It's
to
not a
be a
nice-
smart person?
It's not a nice thing to do.
Okay, well, I want to be nice.
Yeah. Well, if you want to be nice, step 1, don't stalk other people.
But I wasn't trying to stalk.
I know, but
That's
perhaps set up a little sign saying that maybe you live here or something. In that case, people are not immediately frightened by the fact that you appear out of the shadows in the middle of the night, sort of just questioning random persons.
Okay.
Also, maybe show yourself during the day. Another way to not scare off potential friends.
Well, I mean, I am showing myself during the day. In fact, there's
You
one,
told me
two.
it's the midnight. You told me it's like the very late evening.
No. He's made 1 second. You set up camp in front of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of me and myself.
Yes, but I mean this form that you have taken upon yourself. Show yourself during the day, as in like when the sunlight is out. You can show yourself because in that case you do not frighten people off because you look unfortunately different from others.
So does she. He points to Saga.
And she has unfortunately been vilified a lot, haven't you? And I look at you, Saga.
I'm just like focused on everything he showed us. I like shake my head, kind of get out of it. Look at you. Look at plant thing. I already forgot his name. And just like softly nod before lowering
But she
my head
seems
again.
so cool. Look at her ear flap thingies. What are they called?
As he gets closer, I instinctively like crawl back a bit.
I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just learning the ways of being alive. Or I was alive, but more alive. Well, not more alive because the plants are equal, but alive in the sense that I can think now and like say things and like do things and guess find love. Are you into guys?
Who are
kind
you
of-
saying that to?
Rook.
Mental
forget.
image of him being like, you have interesting ears, vibe check hands as he walks towards you.
Jeez.
Let me touch your ears. It's like
Calm the
what
fuck down, not my
Yeah.
ears.
Yeah.
Another damn kink.
I
What?
look
Shut
at
up.
him just like Although I appreciate the interest, I do not swing that way.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just curious. Technically, I'm both. Because I'm a plant. You know.
Alright, well, let me be precise. I'm not attracted to the male form in that case.
Gives you a thumbs up. But we can still be friends. We can all have big friendship parties and eat friendship cakes and make homemade friendship cookies. Is that what friends do? I don't know what friends do.
Well, one of the things that me and my friends we do back home together, kind of, although he can't see it, Rock kind of gets like a melancholic look on his face. One of the things I remember we do a lot was actually play sort of like a water fight. Like we threw small balloons of water at each other and, sprayed water on each other. And whoever was the most wet team at the end were the ones who lost.
Oh, okay, we can do that. That sounds fun. You begin.
It was something we did as kids. No.
Please, no, I've had my evening coffee, please.
No more water fights after 9 p.m.
It's like, yeah, I'm dressed in like long robes and such. They're gonna be so heavy if I get water on them.
His hand begins folding back into itself as he shrugs, nodding. Okay.
But also another thing we did as a community, we baked a lot together. We had to provide for one another, so baking is something that is very close to my heart. It is a shame that fire scares you so.
He stares at it anxiously, or backing away and going silent for the first time, rubbing his arm. I would prefer not to talk about that. Okay.
That is fine. I understand if that is antithesis to your nature. That makes sense, absolutely. Oh well. What about you, Saga? What do you do back home from where you come from?
She kind of looks around at both of you. Like, not really hesitating, but just like thinking of what to say. And then just like, we would catch fish, eat fish, chase each other, eat more fish.
Weren't you a mystic? Because you were in Gorthingale, or at least your parents were.
Was. Yeah, I mean, sure. I am, yes.
Friends eat fish.
I eat fish. Let me eat fish. Like, she's just talking about fish because she's hungry. Like, she just wants some fish. Addicted to fish, I don't know. And we would do magic. We would do a lot of things. She like falls silent again, like kind of like not really knowing what to say.
That's so cool, except for killing them. But I don't know what you do. But anyway, he sits down and folds his hands over his lap as he smiles. I don't have to sleep. I don't have to sleep, but I assume you guys will have to sleep soon, yeah, right? I can keep watch.
Are you sure you wish to do so?
What do you mean? Easy. Look. I'm awake all the time. Kind of.
It is not for me to look a gift gargoyle in the mouth. Let me get ready, and I shall head to bed.
You're funny.
Saga.
Has anyone ever told that you're funny?
Yes.
Just very, very seriously looks at him, although he can't see the expression. He's just like, no, but I appreciate that. Saga, may I suggest you perhaps also go to bed, or do you wish to stay up and talk with our new friend here?
I immediately stand up and just like nod and start heading to my tent.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Just very, very, like, as Saga has gone into her tent, I'm like, I look back at him and I sign to him. She's not usually that quiet. I don't know what's going on tonight. But, you know.
It's okay.
I'll see you in the morning. And I go sleep.
Back over at the mansion.
The mansion.
The mansion/palace.
Oui, oui. Oh.
Chateau.
Le Major.
Where is it? Jesus Christ.
Merde.
Baguette.
Baguette, cigarette, bobbidi boppy. We swap to Italian.
Camembert.
It's me, Sadiq.
Mario.
I am passed out in the courtyard. Yes.
My sweet prince. Gotta get rid of his token. No, stop reminding me, please.
He's gone.
Never to return.
Well,
so
until we
it's-
kill the mummy and get the pearl, and then he'll come back.
If we kill the mummy.
Yeah, if.
Yeah, if.
It's definitely not going to be a we guaranteed will at some point. No, it's just
You never know. Maybe I'll do a Tiberius from Kirkroll and just refuse to go to the mummy's lair.
No! Don't be like Tiberius. No.
I need to have my long rest.
No.
So we pull up. Yeah.
Well, this is way later. Sadiq and
Yeah.
Mina are actually in the med bay, so I'm gonna move them.
Farron probably as well.
Yes.
I'll take Terran over there as well. 'cause he's at
Zagrav's
the one hit
also
point.
dead.
Yeah, Zagrav's fucking dead, yo. This is random little goblin boy we have here.
Alcoran.
Yeah, come
Oh.
on.
He doesn't have like personalized art. I'm difficulty remembering people when it's just standard. Yeah. Okay, so we're here. We pull up. So what the fuck was the Minotaur's name again? Like
Aragon.
so Gurgon?
Aragon.
Tarragon, alright. Gilrock goes up to him and says, "Hey,
Yes.
so how does this work now?
How does what work?
Considering you technically work for Blaine, right?
I work for Mina.
Oh, okay. Cool, we're good. Never mind then.
Bahir has already reassigned all of us and the lands to her. Her child.
Fair.
Bahir is kind of slinking along. His hand is gripping your shoulder, Damp Moss, as he.
Oh, shit, he's gonna trauma dump again.
His scales are covered in. I mean, you all were there for the trauma dump. As his scales are covered in like lightning burns, Vanessa also stands next to you, kind of playing with her own hair. He seems rather upset.
As we're walking forward, I would just say, and you
Youth to thank for my stupidity. I must take my penance on shoulder. He pats your shoulder kind of weakly, almost causing himself to fall over in the process.
I just make sure that I keep him lifted upright.
I will be sending your parents a sum of money for your bravery.
Well, that would be much appreciated, sir. And if you wouldn't mind, along with that, I just take out a letter that's written from me to them. It effectively just says that I'm doing okay, that my magic is progressing, that we've successfully beat back the demons various times. It's, for anyone that hasn't been a part of it, seems like a retelling of events, but for anyone that has been involved, they would notice a few discrepancies where I've made it a bit lighter for them.
Hey, Mom, Dad, I got turned into a bag of bones the other day.
Yeah, hey, Mum and Dad, I barely survived every fight we've been in by the skin of my teeth, but
I've
you know.
almost been murdered 5 times so far. Miss you.
But yeah, it's just like an update for them that also won't make them all have a panic attack.
Of course, I'm going to... I'll start flying back to Illicir tonight. You see his wings start to flap weakly.
I bat them with one of mine.
Uh-huh.
Not until you've had at least a little healing.
Vanessa looks at him and says, "Sir, we appreciate your honorableness, but you at least need to go lay down. I'll take him from here." Joaquin approaches.
I relinquish him to them.
"I have a job to do. I'm the Sultan, and you won't be able to do anything if you get an infection. So come with me."
I turn to look at Vanessa and just hold my hands out to her in case she wants to either take my hands or go in for a hug.
She looks at you for a moment, or taking your chin in her hand, cupping it tightly, and pulls you in for a sad yet passionate kiss.
Gilrock is furious watching this, like, don't do it. Damn, don't do it.
I respond in kind.
I'm not saying it to you. He's thinking it to himself. He's like, I can't warn him.
No, I know. I'm well aware. I'm saying I respond
Okay.
to her kiss in kind.
Okay.
By doing what? I don't understand. You're gonna
He
be...
By
makes
kissing
out
her
with her.
back.
Okay.
Makes out
Yeah.
with her.
Oh,
Gil just fully face plants, just.
I'm glad you're safe. I can't believe Father's dead.
Well and truly keeping the coin to himself. I just cup the side of her face and say, as I've said before, I will never stop you from mourning him.
I don't expect you to, so, but as I said, I would. You showed a lot of bravery. You wanna spend the night?
Gilrock comes in a little bit like. Hi.
How are you
sorry-
doing?
sorry
No
to-
damage? I the moment you appear in my line of sight, I give you a quick up and down, like crouch to my knees, look up, look at the top of your head, pull a horn. Okay, looks all good.
What the fuck are you doing? It's been hours since the Hi, Vanessa. Just, I don't know what y'all talking about. It's just sorry to be kind of like the bearer of potential bad news, but just something I thought should be taken into consideration. Figured you maybe would have thought of this, Damp. You were all spotted at the wedding, and your dad, died.
I don't understand, he says with...
You might be a target, considering, child of the guy, and the child that ran off with the husband, and you've now been officially spotted by the demons in TN, so his forces would know where you are. So I think you and your family really quickly need to get out of the country.
Can't leave this country. They've given us a home. I'm a noblewoman. I have responsibilities.
Yeah, well,
I
can't you
will
take
speak
like
to Beja and
a vacation?
Well, I appreciate your concern, but I'm sure we'll figure something out.
I'm gives a little look to Damp.
I just
Just ask Damp's friend, and since he very obviously cares much about all of you, I will extend that. I also want you to be safe. I will tell you right now, it is nowhere near safe being near us in any way. We were in the place that should be the safest in the country right now, in this palace, and we were attacked by multiple demon lords and followers. You almost died. I understand you have your priorities and your nobility and everything, but if it was me, I'd prioritize me and my family's life. So at least if you're not leaving the country, I really think you should get into hiding and not hang around us too much.
I nod to show her that I do agree with what he's saying.
Being near us kind of puts just a very big target on your back, and if you were kidnapped, I know for one, I wouldn't be able to stop him trying to go head first into whatever. And I don't want either of you to die, so...
You can hear Vanessa say out loud under her breath, I would never let them get a hold of me. Strong enough. But we need to take Sudius and his son back to do. Another time, get to the mountain city. He looks at you, Dampmoss.
Sorry, what did she say? Repeat that.
Another
Another
time we get when you arrive at Dudadeva is what she's saying.
I take her in for another hug and just say, of course. Though depending on the direction our path takes us, we may not see each other again for a time.
It's okay. You should have fucking sent a... He gently smacks the side of your face in like a joking...
I gently tap it back before it hits me and say, well, if I'd known even remotely where to start, you'd have had piles and piles of parchment through your door.
Take care. Right? I think you should probably talk to Beja. You and Farsi are conducting an investigation.
Yeah, we'll have a chat.
It is a good idea. Yes.
Bye. As soon as she starts getting a little bit out of sight, Gilrock will just like without looking punch and Damp in the shoulder. Kinda hard, but not really that hard, just
I like grunt slightly, just turn and look at you. What?
my guy. I get it. But have you forgotten about something?
It wouldn't happen to be carried by Fuzzball, would it?
Yeah, kinda.
It's an entire non-issue, Gil.
It's an entire non-issue.
In this
Well,
case, it actually is a non-issue for realsies.
Drow sort of have, in the Underdark. Let's just
Oh, you're
say
poly.
relationships don't work quite the
Okay,
same
you're
way.
poly. You can just say you're poly.
I like, you hear in your head as you're walking away. You know that I'm nowhere near as straight to the point as that.
It just sends just a quick back. Well, it's me, so you kind of should be. Just gonna go quickly up to. Is it Vey or Veytara right now?
It is Veytara.
Okay, big smooch, and I say a big hug, and I go, I'm very glad you're safe.
I'm glad you're safe as well.
I bat
That
you on the
was-
side of my head with my wing as I go by.
That was a lot with
Yeah.
Owl isn't happy.
No, to be fair, I'm not really either. So I get it.
Yeah, but I'm having to calm him down. He wanted to break some shit, as he put it.
Yeah, don't do that. You'll get a big bill.
Trust me, I'm... just can't believe Blaine did that.
I mean, I feel like we should have seen it coming, but
Seeing it coming, and I don't know how he could have seen it coming. I mean,
how he's
Must
been
be-
acting the past couple of weeks.
well, yeah, he's been having a hard time, but he forgave me. He reached out to me. Just, why would he think destroying the world? Even I know Jaimar might not be perfect, and we've seen the worser side of the gods, but they still want the best for us. They save us. That's
Blaine doesn't see it that way. I guess he believes the gods are wrong, and apparently he is right. And yeah, he forgave you. He really thought, with Elise and everything in the past couple of days, that maybe he was starting to get back on track with how he was when I met him. But I don't know. There's just
well, it's
I don't know if I've told you, but I can kind of see people's energy, I guess.
no, you
And his has
haven't.
been dark for a pretty long time. Tried to ignore it. Thought it was just maybe something about his past. I mean, Damp had the arm, so I thought it was maybe something like that. But he made his own choices.
You don't
He
have to.
chose to betray us.
Don't have to try to look tough at me. I know this hurt you as well.
Yeah, it hurt me. I'm angry. I'm furious. Babo died. Farron almost died. What did he do? He ran away with the enemy. After everything.
He holds you in for a hug.
Yeah, give a hug back.
I want to feel angry, but I just feel sad.
Strokes like in the back of her head. Just I can be angry enough for the both of us, and you can be sad enough for the both of us. We'll balance. Why we're such a great match, you know? I gotta
What about-
taste like both of our hands.
About the child. I think it's poetic in a sad way. He abandoned.
Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Takes both of our hands, gives them like some tiny kisses, and then he goes, "I need to talk with Beja and Akasi now, but I just wanted to promise you that no matter what, I would never leave you in any way."
Oh,
Good to calm down, Al. Yeah. I love you. Walks by.
I'm not. Like
That's
you
fine.
A lot. He kisses your cheek.
That's fine. Yo, Big B, what's up? Hey,
Whoa.
what's poppin', my G's?
Yeah, you just lost a son and nearly lost a bunch of other people. What's up, Big B?
They didn't lose a son. He's alive.
Yeah,
What do you
he
mean?
was brought back. Nearly. He said nearly though.
He died for a little bit.
Karsi and Beige are hastily speaking to one another as Renato, in a smaller, more humanoid forms, kind of stands to the side, running his eyes over a list, kind of reading through it angrily. He takes the clipboard and physically just breaks it over his knee, tossing it aside with a yell of just furious proportions. It sounds vaguely like a tiger roar. Fucking asshole. Great granddaughter's wedding. He takes out another clipboard and starts writing again.
Okay, yeah.
Do you interrupt Beja and Akarsi as they're dealing with the guards and people rushing back and forth, or what do you do?
Since I've been stood here since Gilly started talking to V, I basically walked up, saw this was happening, and just kind of started gently kicking the dirt slightly, but each time I kick it, it grows a bit more.
And then Gilrock comes up and says, "Hey."
Hello, Gil. I'm sort of just waiting for a moment to step in.
Hello, you two. What is up? How are you?
Well,
He kisses your cheek, Gilrock, and kisses your cheek, Damp Moss.
All things considering.
I've definitely been worse, but I don't know how to
Yeah.
feel about that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever felt worse in my entire life. Beja says as she takes a knife from her side and throws it into the ground 30 feet away, just furious, seething with anger.
I use Druidcraft to have the plants slowly start passing it back towards us over the next 5 minutes or so. And I just, look at her. Would you like a hug?
Yes, I would.
I take her in a hug, and I wrap the wings round as well for extra comfort and warmth.
He hugs you back, or gently, moving back. Doesn't change what just happened. My daughter's wedding, of the first of our children to get married, ruined. We adopted him into our family and he spat on us. Beja, calm down. You're going to make yourself worse. Please. Our daughter is pregnant and Matt nearly died. Need to have everyone level-headed, and especially you right now. I want him dead. Want to kill him.
My lady, it may not be any consolation, but I do not believe he had anything to do with the direct attack, and we must remember, he did not abscond with the demons, but simply Nyfera. That does not necessarily mean that they will always be our enemy, as I am quite sure from the looks they are being given, the demons are not on their side either.
I'm never going to forgive you for this. Abandoning her. She just sighs and says, "What do you need?" Please, I have to stay up all night tonight. Scouring the entire countryside.
We mostly came to check up on you two, see how you are faring, and also with the new time frame we've been given. We should probably head out as soon as possible.
Well, new time frame. Nikarsi kind of raises an eyebrow. I don't understand.
The world is destroyed in 2 years.
Gilrock thinks maybe we shouldn't have said that since he wasn't allowed to be there.
I understand that may come as a shock, however, I believe it is in our best interests if our allies are aware of the schedule that we are working under.
Beja grips Akarsi's armor as she almost falls over after hearing that.
I catch her with my wing as I'm still stood close to her. I would request, if able, to set a... I catch him as well.
No, he stands up, but he's shaky.
Yeah.
If you were able to set us a route that goes past the tomb of a mummy, then we will be able to regain a lost ally.
Maybe. There was also the 3 trials as well, that we don't know
Indeed.
what are.
The 3 trials.
Yeah, Sania
What
said
could
if we...
the 3 trials possibly have to do with you? Akarsi says curiously.
Do you know what
It's
the
a
3
title
trials are?
and not just some trials.
Are you familiar?
Vaguely. It is very old literature predating the founding, predating Natir. Ancient magic.
Do you know any of what the trials are?
I know one of them. Who journey to the Black Heart and destroy. Turns to you, Damos, as he says it. Destroy the heart of darkness. Beneath
That
the Black Road.
Does fill me with a deep sense of joy. Wonderful.
Does it always have to be go and kill something? Why can't we have just be like, yo, can you deliver my
Black Heart
groceries?
is not something you kill.
No, I know.
A
It's just
crystal.
it's just a lot of. Sorry, just it doesn't seem we can ever catch a break for like half a second even.
What's the second?
2 years until the world blows up, so...
Yeah, I know,
1
Damp.
second. I'm thinking. In the Rings of 3, before there was any Spire of Jupiter spawned 2 siblings, old siblings. There is a spell, something spell must be able to cast to prove that you are worth in magic.
We'll deal with that when we get to it.
Wait, you don't mean something like... the great 9th level magics?
Beyond the level.
Ah, great. Yeah, of course.
Oh dear. I just turn and look at Gil with a look of, oh, we're fucked.
Yeah, no biggie. Gilrock, even without being that proficient with magic, he's like, yeah,
It
cool.
would take all
Sure.
of your skills.
Uh-huh.
You know how strong Bahir and others are with magic. Bahir is capable of casting Wish. The
Mhm.
spell is stronger than.
Yeah,
But
okay.
if you
cool.
find
Right.
it,
Cool.
what is he doing? What is Gilrock doing right now?
Just panicking.
Gilrock's having a slight nervous breakdown. He's just like, yeah, cool. Sure, cool. Cast a
But
spell more powerful than Wish. Easy.
Zania wouldn't have given you these tasks if she didn't think you were capable, or at least.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 2-year
Alright,
time frame to go from
don't-
conjuring some lightning to casting magic beyond the scope of any mortal.
I
Oh,
don't.
Farron,
sounds good.
Farron,
And also, at
Farron,
least, and also,
Farron, shush, sorry. Farron can cast a spell. No,
Well, I
you
don't
don't
actually believe that he would let anybody else do so.
You don't understand. How am I so stupid? I'll be right back. Runs off. Where are you going?
Where is he going?
probably a Farron.
Well, he did say his name.
Yeah,
Perhaps it's to do with that transformation.
yeah.
Renato kind of turns his head towards you both.
Feeling a little woozy, guys.
You are?
Nah, as in, like, Gilrock is starting to feeling a little bit overwhelmed.
I put my
Yes, sir.
palm up. Yes, actually, I'm having a little trouble processing as well.
Okay,
The
so
3 trials were given to you because you can succeed at them. Alma says, I do not know nearly as much as Akarsi, but have some faith in yourselves.
I sit on the floor.
Gilrock is thinking to himself, like, it's a bit difficult. A lot of people had faith in someone, so God said a lot of things about people in the party, and some of them ain't here. So he's like,
Alma
these...
places his head down next to you, Gilrock, and gently rubs his face against you.
Hey, Ali.
Hoping isn't going to get you.
Yes, I know. It's just...
I'm not happy either.
I'm just a bard, man.
No, you're not. You are Gil Blair Hands of a prophecy.
Yeah, and I couldn't do
The bard.
anything.
The bard who sings songs who save the world.
Still, I couldn't do anything.
Blaine made a choice. You cannot blame yourself. Even Jaimar has his faults. So you can scarcely think that
I have a bunch of faults. It's makes me so charming. Yeah, sure. Starts like shaking his hands, like, yeah, we can do this. Fucking
Alma
for
will
sure.
use his teeth to hook through the back of your shirt and pick you up in his mouth. Like a kitten. And then he flips you over his head so you land on top of his head. Child.
Yeah.
Why would I care about what happens to you if I did? Besides being you and I know more than some. You have a power
Useless.
No, it isn't. Listen to your heart. Calm your emotions. You camp tonight. I'm going to do something to piss off the fates. You two,
Right.
practice your power. Make it better. I will keep them distracted.
You sure about that? They put Sadiq in a coma and punted the gods.
No, I am not sure. But what is the cost of one dragon's cost of firework? If it... He sets you back down on the ground.
Yeah. You're damp.
Yes.
Sorry. That was the most exasperated yes I've heard in a while. Yes!
You interrupted Damp, going, well, it's not like it only took me nearly 12 years to get up to the level that I am now. Yes, 10th level magic. Go do that in 2. Yes, Kelly, what do you want?
Yeah, hey, so. That lightning thing you did today? Sick as fuck. Gives you just like a fit of spell like this. Pretty cool.
I just,
Both
yeah,
of you,
burn return.
both of you have shown great power in battle today. I had these made for what happened with Synarchthys, but one is obviously not going to go to who it was going to. But it's any consolation. Here's a small token of appreciation. He places medals around your necks. They have the symbol of the Olivine House, a 7-pointed star situated around 13 separate stars with a mountain in the background and a small error bird in the front.
I bow and just say, it is much appreciated, my lady.
Now, if only we could get my husband back so we can figure out what the hell he was talking about.
Oh no.
Fine.
He's like sweating.
Okay.
He
okay,
has a
fine.
stack of books in his hand.
31!
Okay. So what happened there, as Gilrock be kind of dumb sometimes. He thinks he was just adopted. He started to cry, but he's hiding.
I give you an elbow and you hear in your head, it's a medal, idiot.
How the fuck would you know what I'm thinking?
I actually 31 deception. No, that's
Yeah,
right. Let me see.
yeah.
Let me see. Do I get a nat 20 on insight?
Just see if you can see that.
I got damn close, but no.
Yeah, I'm like, I start doing
I'm just
I
I side eye you and I like intently look at you and I get nothing and I just like.
It looks like it looks like I just got something in my eye. I'm doing the thing like, oh, I got something in my eye. Sorry.
All right, I'm back. He sets down like 16 massive books in front of you guys.
What's this?
Various sources on the prophecies that have been found throughout the globe. The best collections that I can find in our library. The prophecy of the fighter angel is the one I think I want you to have immediately, and then the rest of these you're going to need to read to help you figure out your trials. And he
Put them in the bag of holding.
Pushes the books over towards you, but specifically hands you a book cover where you see a pair of flaming wings outstretched with a central fire in the center. There's a thick bound book written in Elvish curved script from left to right, as it always is. The beautiful calligraphy embossed with gold.
Takes them all. Bag of holding.
So you're not going to do with the book you need to look at right now.
I didn't know you meant to look at it right. Okay, fine. The big fancy book, after I've taken all the other 50,000 that you found and put them in my bag.
I lay my chin on your shoulder so that I'm looking directly at the book.
I open the book.
A child of a devil born will cause the immolation from within. He has the heart of an angel with beauty and grace. A person destined. And it goes on, but it's basically there is a child born half devil, half angel, who is destined to solve the second of the 3 trials of the ring, and he will be capable of casting the magic necessary. In fact, he is the only mortal being capable of doing so.
Sick, we gotta find a Seraphite. Alright.
I just point at it, and like with my head, my chin still on your shoulder, you basically just hear this right in your ear. I definitely think we need to have a longer conversation with Farron about where his abilities came from.
Yeah, for sure. But before we do that, we're going to boot camp.
Yes, we are indeed.
I'm confused.
Apparently.
Where did the boot camp thing come from?
Armorvaline boot camp.
It's saying that we need to train.
Oh,
while he
yeah,
just-
yes. I didn't understand.
I figured-
Damn Moss
which I
doesn't
fi-
know that, though.
Yeah, no, he didn't hear it. No, but which I figured meant I go try and hop in through dimensions.
Yeah, so
damn,
that
just
is
like
what that
lightning
means.
Shit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just lightning shit. So I just go, yeah, we're going to boot
It
camp.
both means you need to go through the dimensions together.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to boot camp. We're going to trip.
Oh, lovely. Is
So
that
you-
what your chat with Armorvaline was about?
Yeah, we're going, we're doing my thing.
Ah, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You're teaching me to play the flute.
Yes, I'm teaching you to play the pan flute. I just take my pan flute off around my neck and give it to you. Like, here, try it. Just let me hear it just in front of a car.
Don't you need to go talk to Farron first?
We shall. It's just, he needs his rest, so I figure we'll do that tomorrow, because he did get quite hurt, even before he went giant. So hit me with a tune, Damp. Just desperately being like, please, we gotta change the subject.
I take the flute from you, and you hear in your head, "Oh shit, I've never played an instrument before."
I send you rapid fire, just to give you bardic inspiration. Just you blow into there, and you hold here, and here.
I really slowly lift it to my mouth and just think, okay.
Performance check
I'll-
with a- you have a D10, baby.
Yeah, lovely.
Roll me
Okay,
a luck
what's my
roll.
performance?
A
Okay,
luck roll?
There's something separate that might have happened.
okay. Luck roll. Uh-oh. 85.
Okay, now the performance.
Okay, performance plus a d10?
Yeah, you can add a D10, yeah.
Okay, so the roll itself, almost a natural 20, is an 18. I'm going to use the d10, you gave it to me.
Just rips hella on that flute.
Hell yeah.
I'm a great teacher. Just rip it.
Yeah.
As you
So,
as you
21.
are riffing on that flute, both of you, Gilrock and Datmos, are teleported.
Oh, for fuck's sake, damn, what'd you do?
My flute playing skills were enough to rip space and time.
What did you do? Okay, so we get shunted, alright.
Yep, you get. In fact, we're
Do
having.
we fall out of the sky?
Nope. What I'm gonna tell you, we're having a same moment.
It feels familiar for some reason.
It does feel familiar. Rook, you feel suddenly shaken awake by the sensation of a man barely brushing against your lip.
It's like
Man.
pitch black, right?
Yes.
That's- you feel
With
too-
my dark vision,
Two men.
Gilly, where the fuck are we?
Are you speaking in your like? Are you using telepathy?
I'm speaking in Elvish out loud.
Yeah, me without my dog vision.
Yeah, immediately. I have a 21 passive perception. Like immediately, just knife against your throat, Damp.
I mean, I'm
Whoa!
also-
Oh my god! Yeah,
I'm
no,
also on
no.
top of you, though. I think.
Oh my god! Oh, ooh! What happened?
I like stumble on top of you. Shit!
Yeah, I'm scrambling to put on my helmet as I have my knife in front of your throat. I'm like, and I sign like very aggressively. I'm like, who the fuck are you?
I cast light.
I'm glad I have dark vision. He said, "Who the fuck are you?"
Burn it
My name
dead.
is Damp Moss. I don't actually know how we got here.
Yeah, I don't know
Gilly,
how
you
they
can have
got
this
here
back.
either. I was on
Who the
watch.
fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is that guy?
I'm like in the midst of this panic as you're saying this. I'm holding the flute at you, like with a look of disgust. Like, what the fuck is this thing?
I don't fucking know, man. You shouldn't be-
Hyeno gives you a mental wink, Gilrock.
Oh, god damn it.
Really? What does the goddammit mean?
I look. Don't fucking, nobody cares. I notice after I've cast light, so I can actually see shit. I see this. Do you have your helmet on by now, Chris?
Yeah, I've got my helmet on by now.
So you're just standing like in your jammies with a knife pointed at us.
Oh no, I imagined Damp is like halfway on top of me, and I just have like my knife against his throat.
Absolutely.
I just go, whoa, chill.
I thought you weren't into guys.
Oh shit, that is a knife.
Chill, homie, chill.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, can we talk about this in a slightly less stressful situation?
Hey, Saga, you need to wake up. There's some weird people in camp.
Hey. Okay, so I may do like to lock eyes because I'm like kind of having face to face with Rook. Be like, hey, we got teleported. Didn't mean to come here. We were a whole other place a long time ago. Gilrock, Clarence, nice to meet you. Just takes hand out.
Just like very hesitantly, still holding the knife against Damp Moss's like throat.
Yeah.
I use the other hand to like shake your hand.
And I say, hey, so sorry to burst into your tent while you were sleeping. Could you take the knife away from my friend? We don't have any weapons. You can search us. I mean, he has this.
I do have a sickle.
Ooh,
Yeah, he has
searching. I can search.
He has a staff. I have a rapier. I take my rapier and I like put it on the ground. I'm like, we could be cool.
Can I have the rice hat?
Who the fuck is talking?
You know who's talking. It's a drive.
Yeah. But like, is the tent open?
Yes, the tent. He opened the tent. He ran over.
Okay, so he's peeking in. All right.
Dryad. I love you guys.
I snap my head around and forget for a second that there's a blade at my throat and just and I like turn and look behind me. Oh, that is intriguing. I recognize those types of moss.
One of my best friends is one of you guys.
Oh, really? That's super cool. What type is she? What type of plant is she? Tell me. He comes into the tent now too.
Can we get out of the tent, guys? It's getting a bit crowded.
I'm still laying here with my knife against Dam's throat. I'm just like, what the fuck?
At this point, Gilrock's like, come on, dude. Chill. Get the knife away.
I just like very slowly put the knife back in its sheath, and I quickly get myself dressed.
I walk outside the tent and I see fucking
Saga.
Holy shit!
Gilrock, you know what this creature is. You know what this creature is. You think it's a monstrosity. You do know.
Yes, I do know what it is.
Yes.
Wait, so I do know what it is, but I think it's a monster?
Yeah, you think they're monstrosities, like they're.
Yeah, I think.
Put my claws up in the air, like.
I think she's Brooks's pet. So I'm like, hey, could you get your whatever? Do I know what a Landari is?
Yes.
Like
you do know the name.
Can you get your Landari? How the fuck do you even get one of those?
You don't bite.
Yes, I do, bitch.
Yes, I do.
Hey, ask knife guy, could you and I'm still holding my like hands up as if like she's a wild animal, like trying to make myself big. Like, could you? She's not gonna fucking kill me, right?
Oh, is this flirting? Are we flirting with each other? Sissio says as he lifts his own hands up next to you.
Like forgetting for a moment that he's not supposed to talk, Rook just says, "Sissio, shut the fuck up for a moment." Wait, Sissio, shut the fuck up for a moment.
By the way, my friend's an oak.
All right, wait. 1 second.
Do I still have a knife at my throat?
No, I've taken the knife away and I've stood up and put my armor on.
I slowly stand up, and this is the point that you realize this tent absolutely reeks like the inside of a cave now.
Yeah, I signed to you, Moss. What the fuck did you do to my tent?
Oh, that was because of the struggle with the knife. There might be a lot of dislodged moss piles. hang on, let me just... And I, like, crouch
Does-
down,
also-
and I
does
just
most
start talking to
speak
the ground.
Language?
Hmm?
You understand sign language?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Sick. Sick.
I crouch down and start talking to the moss piles. Come on, buddies, back in the cloak. There we go. Lovely.
I go, damn. By the way,
Yes?
big thing outside here.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I
It's-
signed to the both of you, like, she has a name, and she can speak on her own. She's not my creature or my pet. Please treat her with respect.
I turn and look.
Oh.
Lovely to meet you. I am Damp Moss, and you?
Terribly sorry, Gilrock.
Gilrock, you would be suspicious of that, because like in almost every culture, they're treated like they have no God.
Yeah, but think of this
Yes.
from my point of view, Dusk. I've landed in this man's tent, and he's now said this creature has a name. I'm not going to be like, fuck this stupid ass dog. I'll be like, hey, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you
Gilrock.
wouldn't be mean to a dog. I know that's true.
Yeah, so I'm like, hey, Gilrock. Nice to meet you.
I just like awkwardly raise my hand and like give a soft wave.
Does she speak, or is she signing like you? I sign to you because I don't know if you
Why does
'Cause I was-
everyone speak in hand languages? That's very strange. But
I
can
figured
understand.
he needed us to do it.
No,
I just,
Cynthia
I
has to say
I
that
signed
to
back.
himself.
Yeah, I signed back. You can talk to her. She talks back. It is not an issue. It is only me. I will communicate like this.
Saga, you hear in your mind. Hello,
Oh.
my name is Damp Moss. I'm wondering if it's easier for you to talk like this?
Wait, do I see you?
You don't see my mouth moving, you just hear my... I have
but,
been
like,
speaking out
in
loud, so
gen-
you would recognize my voice.
Yeah, you see him.
Yeah, but just like in general.
I'm
like,
just
I
in
can
the
see
entrance
in
of
the
it, yeah,
tent.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm like peeking
okay.
out at you.
You can choose to let him communicate in your mind palace.
You feel a knock on your door.
Yeah, I mean.
I love that word
feel-
so
I-
much. I'm sorry, I use it every time. Gotta keep going.
I mean, I think that personally I would not let you in.
Okay, I
right
just
now.
feel the rebuttal. Never mind then.
Yeah, I
Um,
would not let you in.
Gilrock just kind of goes, "Hey, got up on the wrong foot. Sorry, you scared me. It's dark. I'm Gilrock, Gilly. If we're friends, what's your name?"
I like lower my head a little bit. I mean, I also need to look at you, because I'm fucking tall.
Gilrock is still kind of like, this is kind of weird, but I'll roll with
Yeah.
it for now.
And like the claws, like sort of like point at her chest. Saga.
Saga, cool. So, and Saga, what's points to Sissa? Who are you?
My name is Sissio. I
Cool.
am a dryad.
Already turn around to Rook. And your name?
Just signs back. My name is Rook.
Cool. So, this is gonna sound a little bit crazy, guys. Are you religious? To Saga?
I like nod my head, extremely like yes.
Okay, good. So Hyano sent us.
T.
Yeah, he fucked with your flute, on my flute, I guess.
I see. Okay. Well, that makes this a lot easier to handle.
Yeah, so I guess we should meet you guys. You're not working for demons and they're gonna like kill us, are you?
I don't work
Because
for
I work-
demons, of course not. I work for Jufor. He made
Oh,
me.
great.
Wonderful.
You're gonna get great along with Damp then.
I'm trying, and then I'm gonna try to figure out the secrets of love. Whee.
Ah, that one can be quite a hard nut to crack, but I
You're,
wish you the best of luck.
Gilrock, myself, having grown up with one and being a fake creature, I'm like, this one's young.
Yeah, I'm only. Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends. What age do you want to know? How
Well,
long ago?
I mean, you
Based on the shading of the green on your
older than
skin.
a week.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
That is correct. I am very young indeed, but
That explains a lot. Yeah.
I am actually 3,526 years old in my.
Yeah, in 3 years.
Yes. He points over to and that's me, and that's me, and that's also me, and that one is part of me. That one's my child.
You take great care of yourself. Oh. They're adorable. Nice tree. So, I guess I should ask. So I know who you are now. I'm acquainted with you. Rook, Saga. Who are you and why are you? Where are we?
You can look over the horizon. You can see Intis in the distance. So you're only like 3 miles out.
Why are y'all? Are you on your way to Tien? Or... Wait,
I
is
think
Tien
of-
the country?
Can I
We are, yeah,
Can I
Tien is
leave
the
the
country.
tent?
Yeah,
Please.
your way to Intis.
I turn around and look at you like, you have always been allowed to leave the tent.
Gilly, please get the fuck out the way so that I can leave the tent.
Homie, you can walk out. I'm not standing in your way.
You do not see those boxes there, then, I suppose.
You can climb, can't you?
All right.
You have your,
Clamber over the
you
boxes.
have your fucking.
I'm on the other side of those boxes.
Yeah,
I stay
walk out
directly
between-
on top of the boxes and just sit.
I walk out of the like very obvious exit on the other side.
I take a little bit of like a wide birch around Saga, and I'm just like,
Alright,
I like-
that was a second
As
exit.
you like walk around me, I like turn around. I stay where I am, but like my body is like I turn around to like look at you as you move past me.
Like a
I look
painting
you
that told
dead
you
in
with
the
the
eyes.
eyes.
Yeah, like
smile,
the head of an owl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Go.
I give
Sissy-
you a broad smile, flap my wings once, and just hop over and land next to the campfire.
Sissio floats on a cloud of pinkish mist as he kind of just hovers like a barely like 6 inches above the ground.
I ask Ciso and Sylvan. Are these guys cool?
I think they're
Really?
fine. They passed a holy water test. An inquisitor came and gave it to them.
What do you look like?
Hmm?
What did the Inquisitor look like?
Oh, he was a tiefling.
Oh yeah. Cool. So I guess from all you hear is like, I don't know what Sylvan fucking sounds like, but yeah.
It sounds like the beautiful swaying of grasses over a wide open plain. Of
You just
an
hear me go
eagle-
like.
of an eagle screeching over the mountain. Do you know how Colors of the Wind from Pocahontas, like it talks
Yeah.
about? Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Sylvan sounds like.
Okay, so you just hear me make a bunch of fucking forest noises to this dude.
Yes.
And I go, so, what are y'all doing out here? You on your way to Intis, or what's going on?
I turn around and look at you and sign to you. Well, the plan was that I met Saga a couple of days ago, and the plan was we were going to head into Intis. We're both looking for a few things.
Yeah, they're looking for the Hag's artifact. Sorry, I did eavesdrop earlier today. I'm sorry.
A hag's artifact?
I just
know.
look at Rook in utter disbelief.
I know.
Fucking idiot.
I know. We know the camp of some hags.
Indeed, we do.
It's been a couple of weeks, but what was the other thing you were looking for?
I am not entirely sure yet. I was told that I am to seek some sort of artifact or person out that is to, well, help me.
Artifact or person?
I'm not entirely sure yet.
Hints on that would point a certain direction, or just simply find out?
When I left home, they did not give me many instructions. That is all they told me, and told me to, for lack of better terms, to fuck off.
Well, I suppose that's a simple one. I cast Produce Flame and just send it onto the campfire to light it back up.
Sissio goes and hides behind the tree.
My apologies, don't worry, I'm very well in control of it.
Okay.
Based on that check, Dusk, do I see anything that would like incline where Rook's from? Just like, or if he has any sort of symbol on him to be like, if he's from some army, because like, I don't know.
He's human. You can
Okay.
tell based off of the fact, like, his accent is different from Tiany's, and the outfit is a Western continent one, as is his knife make.
Okay. Does he have any sort of emblems? I mean, I guess I ask you, Chris, do you have any sort of emblems on you? Or is it just
Yeah, you see like a pair of folded wings where there are like red veins, like a pair of white folded wings where there are like red veins going throughout them that are like on the back of the robe that I'm wearing.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of the only symbolism giving it away. And then of course the extra painted eyes upon my mask.
He just goes, cool mask.
Thank you. Just kind of curious, like just signs back.
Is
It is-
sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering, is that like is that symbolic reason, or is it just vanity sake that you have the extra set of eyes? If you don't mind me asking.
The markings upon your armor determines what you are within my society.
What are you? Yeah, you don't have to say if you don't want to.
Just kind of looks at you. You can't see the face, but he says with a bit of a small smile, unfortunately, I am not allowed to disclose any further unless I consider the people that I am talking to my close friends. It is a rule, if you will. So unless we get to know each other better, I'm going to have to keep that to myself for now.
That's fair. Well, I mean, we could probably help you guys out because, I mean, we got teleported by my god here, so we're obviously supposed to do something with you guys. If you don't mind us tagging along, we're pretty well acquainted in Intis, so we don't think she'd be allowed within the city walls.
Well, they've allowed the orcs to set up an encampment. They seem not entirely restricted.
Orcs are elves. It's entirely a different situation.
Yeah,
Orcs are citizens of this country.
Gilrock is trying to not be like insensitive and mean, and he just quickly goes, I don't mean any offense, truly. Damp, I know you've been underground for the most while, but you do know that her species is considered a monster, right? And not...
Shit, yes, sorry, I'm thinking along the lines of the Black Road again, that's my bad.
Yeah, no. And again, Chisara, sorry.
Oh, she's not a monster, though. She's been very nice. She's let me hang around camp. Whee!
Well,
To be fair, they can't really kick you out.
I do. I mean, parts of myself live here, but like I can move. This is only one part of myself. All the other stuff is also part of me, but you know.
I look to Saga and I go, so he's looking for an artifact and a hag's camp. What about you? What are you doing?
Ollie, is your mic working? I haven't heard you speak in like a while.
Who, me?
Yes.
I mean, obviously my mic is working.
Oh,
Thank you.
Ooh.
I just wanted to make sure.
It's fine. It's fine. I've
Yeah,
just been listening.
Just goes like, so what are your reasons for being around here? You're pretty far from home.
Yes. I am the one looking for the hag artifact.
Oh, okay. So you unknown artifact, hag artifact. Cool.
Yes.
We're probably gonna have to kill to do that. Is that fine with you guys?
I just hold up my claws like ching,
Just nervous thumbs up. Yeah, look
put
through.
them down again.
What about you? You have rules against speaking. Do you have rules against killing?
Signs back. I have no rules against killing, as long as it is done in a good cause.
Well, if you can, I guess if you consider your cause good, sure. What is? I guess we should probably get acquainted with like each capabilities. Well, I'm obviously Bard. Like just points at himself, like the guitar on his like the lute on his back. So I can cast some spells. I have my rape. Oh shit! I forgot on the tent. I'll get it later. I usually have a rapier. This is kind of my thing. He's, if you didn't already guess, druid.
Where I'm sat, it's already surrounded by a new growth of plants.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, by the way, Dusk, Rook has been holding out like a steaming hot cup of coffee to you for like 30 seconds now, still waiting for you to take it.
To me?
To Sissia?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it's a Damp Moss.
You said
Oh,
you said dusk, by the way.
You did say dusk.
I meant,
Yeah.
sorry, I meant Damp Moss. My brain is, yeah.
I take it graciously and very gently, noticing the quality of it, and I like a street peddler lift outside of my cloak. Would you like any exotic teas?
No, that is not something I partake in. I prefer my coffee. You-
I close the cloak and just eyeball Gil like, okay, fine.
Stop trying to pendulum off to strangers.
Yeah, I sign back to you that it is not something I partake in. Unfortunately, it is. I prefer coffee. Do you want a cup as well? I look towards you, Gilrock.
I like speak as I'm signing. I've done that like the whole time, just because he's nervous to be offensive, and just because I'm more of a tea guy. But thank you. Caffeine makes me feel weird.
Does anyone have any water that they'd like to share? I could always use more water.
Yes,
Floats the
I can do
rapier
that.
left in front of your face. So how is she pointing this in? Is she pointing the sharp bit at me, or is it just like downwards pointing?
It's like downwards pointing. It's just like
Do
in
I
a
see
vertical
you
position.
do I see you holding like a claw, like holding it in there?
I don't think I need to move my arms. I think I can just do it with my mind. So I'm just like looking at everyone, and you just see this rapier floating towards you.
I'm like, take it. Thanks. But yeah, so you and you, what did you do magic? Did you hit things? What are y'all type of deal?
Well, I sign back. I'll let Saga introduce herself first, and I'll get around to explaining myself afterwards.
Ah, shit. It's like I just like gives you a look for a second, like a little bit of uncertainty and anxiety, and then looks at Damp Moss and Gilrock, like, I am a healer where I'm from.
Or cleric?
Yes.
Visible confusion, like, huh?
Visible intrigue, like, huh?
Yeah,
Ha! And
I'm learning so much today.
I let me check my spells. Yeah, I do some thaumaturgy.
What can you
And,
do with thaumaturgy?
Yeah, what do you
I
do with it?
I know, I was about to say what I was gonna do with thaumaturgy.
Okay, because it's you just went, yeah, I do some thaumaturgy and then I do this.
No, I was going to say what I did with the thaumaturgy. I was just looking up what I can do with it.
Okay.
So I do some thaumaturgy, and I hold out my claw to the flame, and I make it like flicker a little bit brighter, and then dimmer, and then brighter again, and then it stops. It just goes to its normal.
Goes and hides behind a tree.
And
Peeks out.
then I just like drop my massive claw again.
Yeah, that's cool. You see Gilrock, he plays a little fiddle, like a little tune on his guitar, and you see a fish
going around your head as you cast Minor Illusion.
Oh, my claws are like grasping at the fish, trying to catch it. Suddenly getting very excited.
Everyone needs to back up, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
just
hold
Matt
up my
with
metal
arms
arm.
and claws, just like swishing in the air, trying to catch the fish.
As the ice-like claw collides with the metal, you can hear a loud, obnoxious noise.
I pull away my claws and I like look at everyone and just like.
Well, so you're a rook. What do you do? So we have 3 magic users.
I begin signing. I suppose I have undertaken an oath to protect my fellows. So I fight both with sword and magic in the service of my people.
Ooh, fancy, 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 very fancy.
I am what would over here I believe would be called a paladin.
Paladin.
Oh, okay. Paladin. I know a couple of them. Well, I mean, those hacks shouldn't be a problem then. They weren't really that difficult the first time, so that would probably be a quick fix.
Well, Gil, you do have to remember that we fought demons today, and if we're not going to get any sleep, it may be quite a pain.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying.
I've had a wonderful idea.
It's only midnight.
I can let everybody
y'all can
at home
still
know.
go to sleep, Sissio says with confusion.
Here, let me send a message back to Beja so that she knows where we are. Olivia!
Wait, is Olivia here?
She will be imminently. I can bamf her into existence.
Yes, I gotta get my mouse to get over.
As you're doing that, Gilrock rolls his eyes, picks up a sending stones, and just goes, "Beja, yo, we got teleported a couple of miles outside of Intus. We met some guys. We're good, by the way."
The moment you end the call, you look at me, like, nestled up in her feathers, sulking at you.
She is standing on the tent because she has no better. If she's next to you, that's where she has to be. Rook, her claws are digging into your tent.
Oh, Livy, shrink down. Small, please.
Damp, Livy is very cute, but you do remember we have these things, right?
I turn and look back at you. No, I didn't.
Through the line, you then hear, "Well, why didn't you call sooner? Everyone thought you might have been... We had no idea what happened. Vitar is in a panic. She's looking all over the city."
I'll call her next. We kind of landed on top of someone who threatened Damp with a knife. Reasonable. So we kind of had to defuse the situation before we could start making calls. We're all good now. We're all friends.
Right. Just be safe out there.
Yeah, we'll be back in
back
Intus
as soon as you
tomorrow.
cross. Yeah.
Because I think we might camp out here tonight.
Ooh, can I talk into the stone? Can I talk into the stone? Can I try it?
Sure. Veja, do you want to talk to a dryad?
Maybe one.
I'll meet
yeah,
him when he
dryad.
arrives here. I have so much going on.
Yeah, okay. Talk to you later.
He frowns.
And then I'm sorry. She's a very busy lady, the Empress and everything. I send a quick text, and then I go to Vitar like, "Hey, we got teleported. We are all safe. We'll be back either tonight or tomorrow morning. Sorry to worry you. Hayano teleported us.
Good.
But we are safe."
Good. I am in need of help when you can come back into the city. I thought you might have been teleported to the Hag Coven, currently dealing with the remnants of Xenarthi's undead army and some hag with a vendetta against you.
Hey, well, funny enough, the guys we met,
also on their way there. So we'll meet you there then, probably. Are you doing this right now?
Yes. Period.
Guys, we gotta go.
We gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go.
We gotta go right now. Damp, they're fighting the hag and undead Synoxy zombie right now. We gotta
Right,
go.
okay. Who can fly?
Me,
You-
Sissio raises his hand, but I can't carry anyone. I can only fly myself.
Okay, right.
I
Rook
can-
and Sarah, climb on top of Olivia. Gil, I'll carry you if you don't want to spend a spell.
No, I can. It's fine. I can. Sarah, can I carry you?
I like look at you confused, look at myself, look at you.
I do like I make like a minor illusion in my hand. And I go, where it's like a mini me, and then and then it bumps into like a giant eagle and be like, magic, I can pick you up.
Oh,
Can you promise not to slash by accident with your claws my feet?
yes, I'll try.
Great. I polymorph myself into a giant eagle.
Well, that was a waste of a Never mind. Rook, here, you can get on Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
You get a mental message. Just I don't know if Olivia can carry 3 people and also not get slashed to bits by.
She doesn't need to carry 3, just those 2. I have wings now, and I can carry you.
No, you can't.
I think you'd be surprised.
I pick up Saga and I go.
I just hang there with my claws are just like hanging down, and I'm just really awkward, being grasped by this massive creature.
Hold you in like each arm, like under the armpit.
Yep, it's just like
Like
The
keep
cameras.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. You all can finish.
I was just gonna say like you hold me under my armpits and my arms are like still longer than my body.
The camera pans out. Before it zooms to the entire globe, before it zooms back in to weave and dart through the tunnels of the Black Road, where we arrive on a scene of a tiefling woman Yes, we slowly zoom in through passages of obsidian color, covered in thick layers of moss wall, past deeper to darker tenebrous depths, until we reach where this woman is tied up, her eyes staring out as her chest weakly goes up and down, breathing in and out slowly, each breath labored. She is starved, food, sustenance. In front of her, 4 figures appear. A massive... Y'all see, I just want to make sure.
I'm still in the tents.
Same here.
In front of her appears a tall,
There we-
6-armed purple man.
I know this place.
Yeah, you do. A giant baboon with twin heads. A gargoyle-esque figure. A relatively small Asimar. And with them, a woman clad in a loose robe, standing next to Frazer Blue. Nyphero, immediately upon teleporting in, gripping your hand, Blaine, for protection. He shoves you back, not harshly, but gently. What the hell was that?
We were just going through with our plan. Is there some sort of issue, Nyfero?
Indeed, I don't see what the problem is unless you've gone soft, angel boy. Quiet. It's serious. You shut up, Hetherodira.
The monkey head snort. Blaine, how are you reacting?
I think my first concern is actually where the hell Elise is, because she's vanished from me.
Nyfero quickly signs into your hand that Elise is at his palace.
With Terry,
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Terry, you fuckboy. Yeah, I think just like next order of business is like just staying behind Nyfero, because I know for a fact that I can't do anything against these two fuckers on my own.
Besides, we have a new recruit, don't we? Shouldn't he be saying hello to his old master? Hello, Blaine.
Just
Sithagwa's human form peeks out from behind the other two. Fraz smirks maniacally.
just in sort of like utter disbelief. The Sagwa?
In the flesh. Touch him,
You?
and I will slice you open, witch. Arrow. So arrogant. What were you gonna say, Blaine?
I was gonna say, the Sagwa, you were part of this? I should have figured.
Well, Nyfero didn't know about her presence until we went and recruited her. That was more of a idea Grazit. Some others went along with Grazit agreed to this. Well, and I suppose originally it was my idea. I apologize, Blaine. Sorry, Nyfero says under his breath.
Yeah. Things are as they once are. Well, things are as they are now. Tazagwa, although I may have chosen to go with Nyfero, I can still stand here and say I don't want anything to do with you anymore.
Alright. Say that again, sweet. You see one of Nyfero's swords lunge out rapidly as you see tentacles just fall as if appearing out of nowhere. Shira screams, and the real Shira screams and backs up against the wall. As I said, don't test me, witch. You're not going to be able to protect him forever, Nyfero. Are we going to figure out what he's going to do for us, or he's already burned the bridges that could have made him useful? Indeed, I don't see why we don't eat him. I will cut both of your heads off if you do not silence yourself. Blaine is an excellent magister, and he will prove quite capable. Nyfero grips your shoulder protectively like an older brother would.
I think just like kind of defiant for a moment, looking at Fraz and at fucking Demogorgon before I actually look at the Zagwar again. Although I may have burned the bridges at the party, I still have many ways to make myself useful. Do not be concerned about that fact. Although,
Good.
I shall not partake in anything that hurts my own party, my friends. I shall be of assistance to Nyfero, and should he ask me to do so, I shall also assist you.
Then what use are you?
Essentially, you just don't. How do you? Well, Blaine, I'm afraid that
you seem to forget. Oh, go ahead.
I'm afraid that things aren't going to be that simple. You see, Nyfero here likes to think himself above the rest. And in some ways he may very well be, but this isn't just... This is an alliance. We have to learn to work together. And I'm afraid that your loyalty test comes now. Fraz appears to quickly and with a fluid motion pull a bucket of liquid from his pocket. And he throws it over Nyfero, who begins to yowl in agony as his body begins to roll on the floor. Fraz, what is this? I know you won't. I know you'll be able to handle it, so shut up. Blaine, prove yourself. Torture her. He points to Shira. What? Please leave me alone. You haven't fed me for days. I don't know you. You don't have to do this. She whimpers as she crouches up against the black rocks of the wall.
I just whisper to her. I'm sorry.
Please don't. Please let me go.
I have something I would like to do to see if I can convince them that I'm actually hurting her without, like, really hurting her.
Yes, you can. Tell me what it is.
You remember the spell, the one that I, like, asked you to add? It basically makes you scream.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yo!
Yeah, it makes you scream. Yeah. I'm gonna say in her mind through telepathy, I'll be like, I'm gonna cast a spell on you. It's not gonna hurt, but when you feel the effect, instead of just yelling incoherently, I need you to scream in pain. Act like it's the most disturbing and painful thing you've ever experienced, okay?
Okay.
I don't want to torture you, but I need to do this.
I got it.
Okay. And I cast the spell on her.
Your bullshit spell comes full circle.
I'm going to use, in combination with casting the spell, I'm going to use prestidigitation to, like, create lines of blood running from her eyes and, like, out of her ears and stuff. To make it seem like
a
I'm...
deception at advantage.
Deception at... Oh, fuck. But they've got, like, a 28 insight or some shit. Ugh.
Not all of them. Only Demogorgon's insight is that good, actually.
Deception.
Don't forget, you are.
Alright, either a 26 or a 27. I'll take the 27.
The Demogorgon raises his eyebrows. I suppose it's well enough. Yeah. Light torture, if you ask me. Seemed pretty convincing. Alright, Blaine. Feed her rations. Nyfero is now standing up, wiping the liquid from him as he grabs Fraz by the neck, who just is laughing. You really want to start our conflict and prevent yourself from winning all over again, Nyfero? Touch me with that substance again, Fraz, and I will slice you
from head to neck. I'd like to see you try. Fraz kicks Knife Arrow up against the wall as suddenly teleported in is Grazit. If I can get him. Who steps between the two of them. Terry is also next to Grazit.
Harry says nothing, stands back, is trying his best to erase his existence from everyone's consciousness.
What the hell is going on here? You were ruining all the fun, Graz. We were just about to see a fight break out. Demogorgon licks his lips. Shame. Perhaps then we would have seen who actually would have been the more worthy leader between the two of them. Both of you shut up. Grazit puts a hand to Knife Arrow's cheek. Okay. I've been better. Well, I have more method acting to get to. I have a certain someone to play the part of for our party and convince them that more secrets need to go to the Orb Weaver. Toodaloo. Raz leaves.
While they are distracted with with all this talking and arguing, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna pour a potion of superior healing down Shara's throat and also give her like some water and food.
This bores me. I hope that you enjoy your orgy. Maybe the three of you can invite Lucifer and have some fun. Good one, brother. I'll be waiting, Blaine.
The reason why I like continue talking in telepathy. Just because I decided to go with Knife Arrow does not mean that I am evil per se. I'm just tired of the hypocrisy of the gods. It frustrates me. But that doesn't mean that normal mortals like you and I have to suffer. I'll try to keep you with company whenever I have the time for it.
At least it's you and not that drow, he says, as you look at her body where there are multiple whip scars.
I'll see if I can convince him of letting me, I do like a mental, quotation mark, torture you from now on. If that is something that is possible, I'll work on see if I can create your escape. All right? Take care of yourself. Yeah, and I just, making sure they can't see it, I give her shoulder a little squeeze, and I smile at her and nod at her before I stand up and turn around to the others.
Harry was eyeballing you the entire time, but was too far away to say anything.
Yeah.
Grazit notices, but Grazit is secretly a traitor, so he's not bothered by this at all.
Yeah.
He actually wants to see if there's still any good in you.
Yeah, and I'll tell her in my mind as I'm turning around, I'll be like, make sure you cry so it sounds like I've hurt you instead.
Yep, she starts bawling.
Yeah.
Grazit wipes off Knife Arrow's chest and abdomen of the liquid. What did he throw at you? I don't know.
Could it have been holy water maybe?
How would he have gotten a hold of it?
I mean, as long as, excuse me, but as long as you don't touch it, it doesn't injure you, does it?
Calmethus, Grazit says under his breath.
Calmethus.
That's how he could have gone.
I suppose so. Shall we get out of here?
I need to speak with Terry for a moment. You two Sweetheart, you need to go rest. He kisses Knife Arrow deeply. Alright, thanks. I'll go see if I can mess with the party later. Come on, Blaine. Let's go. I hope to give you a nice tour of my realm, brother.
As you walk away, Blaine, Terry just gives you a nod. Nice to properly meet you, bruv.
Just, I do like a small wave, like, nice to meet you. And I assume I also vanish, like
Yes.
Knife Arrow did, yeah.
Razit looks at you, Terry. Wait. Lover, we need to figure out a way to signal to the group that the Shira they know is fake. He says in your mind.
I reply in his mind. Well, bruv, guess who learned how to make a teleportation circle? I mean, we can't let her out, but I can change what I look like. I can pay him a visit if you want.
I think that's too on the nose. We gotta play this careful. There are already surveillance devices in here right now. Those lanterns, he looks around at the eyes that form the lights on the ground. How far? They're still so far away from the Black Road. Something needs to be done to speed this.
Harry shrugs and says into his head, well, to be perfectly honest, I think you're better on the plans than I am. I can do some groundwork, but I'm not sure what you're looking for.
As my stepbrother, you can figure it out. Smart enough.
Alright.
Tell father, your father, even though he is like a father to me, that I'm working as hard as ever. I'll see you back at Knife Arrow's palace. He kisses you deeply, then kisses you, giving you a wink.
I
before
return the kiss.
teleporting.
And just before he disappears, I'll get him the message, don't worry, mate.
He nods. Now it's just you and her alone in this room.
I just, wander towards her while making it really obvious that I'm looking around the room at other stuff. Haven't made eye contact with her at all. Until I just get real close.
She backs away from you. Her hands covered in blisters from where the metal chains are chafing against her wrists.
I just, look from the crown of her head down to her toes. Notice that she's got no injuries anymore. Well. It's a little sarcastic, but best of luck, love. And I just turn and walk out the chamber.
Fuck you. He spits.
I just laugh as I leave. Put on a nice little show for anyone that's watching.
Right. Where we're gonna cut today.
Damn.
Thank you everyone for watching today's episode, the 31st episode of Nightmares Incarnate, A Conspiracy of Demons. Next week we should be back with better internet. Oh, where did Sin go?
Oh, both Sin and Cass have dipped. Sin had to leave.
Oh, okay. Whoops. Okay. Well, with this, goodbye, everyone. Thank you to the artists who make Nightmares Incarnate, A Conspiracy of Demons possible. And thank you all for watching. We will see you next session. Goodbye.
See you all later.
Bye-bye.